turquoise.
is
Teal.
is 10th. You know what? And I appreciate Mr. Ogle right there on those last two that last placing
took his time
He
on
took his
that.
time to make sure he
No,
had it how he wanted to. That's a lot of respect there.
Absolutely.
Now we're going to pull our placings for the top 6 individuals here in class number 75.
Hydrated, that's for sure.
Wayne said he's hydrated, for those of you who are listening. He'll be back shortly. Looks like he went ahead, and this will be the last one coming out of the gate. These will be your top 6 individuals. 5 will make the sale here today. We started with 30 head, and now we're down to 6. Here in class number 75. This is the last class of the light division of Yorkshire Barrows, and then we have 3 classes of the heavyweight divisions of Barrows. At the conclusion of those 3 heavyweight classes, we will bring all the first and second places back from both divisions, select a lightweight overall and a heavyweight overall, followed by the reserves of each, and then select from that for the champion and reserve champion overall Yorkshire Barrow. Looks like he placed one of the young men in 6th, young lady in 5th in the blue. I think she came out of the big arena, so congrats to her. The young man with the striped shirt was 4th. Young lady in the gray was 3rd. And now we're down to 2 here. And those are the 2 that he pinned back first. Young man is 2nd, and young lady will be your class winner here in class 75. Let's hear what Mr. Ogle has to say on this sort.
These top 2 Barrows in this class are very, very, very good. They soared up towards from equality from what we've seen today. They are very impressive. Young lady's going to win this particular class, and if you're ringside and want to see something neat, get on top of this one when he gets outside of the ring. That one's got a big square back, and you take him to the ground, and everything's proportional. He's extremely heavy duty. I think this is an awfully nice place to start. The young man's 2nd place Barrow here, again, he sorts up towards the top fast, and there's a big gap after these 2, in our opinion. Take nothing away from those. This one's awfully good. Bold, squared, shapely, heavy boned. He's a Barrow, though. You start to study them, too. That other one kind of swallows him up a little bit. I mean, the other one, there's a little bit more everywhere, and not going to nitpick a good one. That one's darn good. Young lady coming out next in 3. Lands for us, doesn't have near the center body. Needs to be realigned in his front shoulder. I think a really nice Barrow there from blade back. Need to change him up front. Young man here in 4th, similar situation. Needs to be realigned in his shoulder, more in the center part of his body. Good look, good shape, good hind leg. Young lady here, we continued to work up and get her into a sales slot. This one's extremely sound, and he's fun to study by himself. Good shape, fresh, well-designed. When you get him out here into the top end, he's a Barrow that gets to be just a little rounder. He's a Barrow that gets to be a little lower set and shorter cannon to the ground. Young man coming out next that lands in 6, a barrow that has a little more feature, more elevated than the one ahead of him. He gets to be a little more upright in his shoulder, gets to be the driest in a center body of our top end. We round out the class again, parts and pieces that need to be realigned structurally or have more fill.
That is the conclusion of class number 75. Moving on to our first class of the heavyweight division of the Yorkshire Barrows. There's 3 total classes of heavyweight barrows in the Yorkshire division. There will be 30 head in class number 36. Weight ranges are 278 to 286. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Roger Green. We were talking about National FFA Week. You know, Roger Green was my dad's ag teacher, not trying to give away his age here. I believe, Mr. Green, I think you're retired now after 400 years teaching ag. You talk about influences in the ag barn and what ag teachers have an impact on people and the people they teach and coach. And he had a very huge impact on my dad going to college and being successful and judging, and that moved over to what he's doing now in his business. And I know he credits a lot of that to Mr. Roger Green and Mr. Albert Usner, who's not been with us for a long time. Still think about him a lot, but want to give a shout out to Mr. Green because he had such an impact on my dad's life, and my dad credits him to a lot of the success he's had over the years. So thank you, Mr. Green, for all you've done for him and our family.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
While the 2 judges are sorting class number 76, I have the top 10 places for class number 75 here today. 10th place went to Corbin Green. 9th place went to Coco Dungan. 8th place was awarded to Wesley Humphreys. 7th place was shown by Cameron Hayes. 6th place went to Leighton Kidd. 5th place was awarded to Marley Stone. 4th place was shown by Cade Sierra. 3rd place was exhibited by Emma Flores. 2nd place was awarded to Remington Phillips. And our class winner of Class 75 Yorkshire Barrows went to Ava Luke from Hampshire Fannet FFA. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. And our Certified Texas Bred Class Champion was shown also by Ava Luke. And the breeder of that hog was CC Show Pigs of Sisterdale. So congratulations to them on a job well done. Moving on to class number 76 here. We'll keep you posted. So far they have 2 pulled back and 3 of the big arena so far. And they're a little over halfway done with their first initial sort.
If you just now joined us, we are in the start of our heavyweight division, class 76. Weight ranges from 278 to 286. We have 30 head in this class. Our Yorkshire breed today, total head showed up here at San Antonio for our Yorkshires is 180 head. We'll have 6 total classes. And as soon as we finish up with class 78, which will be our last class of heavyweights, again, we started our first class. But when we finish with our last class, we will bring back the first and second places out of our lightweight division and name a champion lightweight division and a reserve. And then we'll bring the heavyweights out and we'll do the same. And then those 2 will compete for the overall champion, and then we'll go on to name the reserve champion. The champion, Yorkshire, will receive a $10,000 scholarship in addition to being able to compete tomorrow for the Ring of Champions for the overall grand and reserve grand champion. So, and then go to the sale as well. So it's a great way that San Antonio has come out and really focus on these scholarships, and it continues. The other thing that's kind of interesting, that's really great that San Antonio has done, is you're not limited to $10,000. You can actually top out in these competitive events, and this is not just showing barrows or steers or a species. This would be in skillathon or other individual contests, ag mechanics or whatever. You can win an additional $10,000, so you top out at 20 and not at 10. So, and again, they don't limit you in that as respect. If you're a senior and you apply for the San Antonio scholarship, you're eligible to receive, can get a scholarship there as well. So they've really focused hard in trying to further the education of our young people.
So going back to class 76 here, I can see 8 that are pinned back thus far. There might be 1 or 2 below us. The guys are out in the big arena now for a secondary evaluation of these animals. He went ahead and pinned the young lady in the brown vest here in black bow. She will go get classified and weighed. That will make it 9 that I can see. Okay, excuse me, she'll be 10th that I can see. There might be, I can see 9 right now in the holding pens. And this young lady will be the 10th, I believe. maybe 11th. I think Brandon has what he wants. He's just going to make sure that I think this one
weigh and
weighs.
classify. And again, the top 5, we're going to be placing. They're going to be placing 10 and 5 in this heavyweight division in each class. Will also the top 5 will make the sale here at San Antonio.
Like Wayne said, this is our first class of the heavyweight division of Yorkshire Barrows. We have 2 more heavyweight classes after this one. At the conclusion of those 3 classes, we will move on to select the lightweight champion and reserve champion, followed by the heavyweight champion and reserve champion. And of those 2 champions, we will judge for the overall champion Yorkshire Barrow, followed by the overall reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow. I do have a feeling after the Yorks, they'll go into the Landrays, and then we might do a lunch break after that before we move into the first heat of other crosses.
And we're going to just, so you kind of know what's planned for today, where, as Landon said, we'll do the land race after we're through with the Yorkshire Drive. And then today we're going to do the lightweight and middleweight division of the crossbreds today. So we'll go through 8 classes. There'll be 4 classes of each weight division in the crossbreds. So we'll be going through 8 classes of crossbreds sometime. I would, like Landon said, I think that they'll probably a good breaking point is going to be at the Landrace show, and then we'll go through those 8 classes of crossbreds after lunch.
What the downtime is here, we're waiting to make sure this kiddo number 1 meets classification by the evaluators underneath us, and that the pig weighs within that 10-pound weigh back that they were speaking of earlier. If all checks out, then they have their 10, and I do believe, Wayne, that they're just going to have 10 pinned back here. 10 of them will get a beautiful rosette, and like you said, top 5 will make the sale. This is class number 76. I think we started with, 30 to begin with?
Yes, we had 30 in this particular class.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of for your viewers, if you have or haven't kept up with things, our first wave, we had 1,680 head show up on the grounds for the first wave. This second wave, we had 815 total show up, and a grand total of we almost hit 2,500. It was 2,495 to be exact on total barrows of the 2 waves. They've went ahead and excused the ones out here. Congratulations to hard work for these young people.
Wish them nothing but the best down the road. Here we go. We're down to our top 10. Started with 30. Now we're down to our 10 that they pinned back. They're going to pull each one of these kiddos out one at a time. If he likes you a lot, he'll pin you back again, and you'll be at the top end of the class. Last class, they pinned back, I think, 6, with 5 making the sale. You know, with these 10 out here, it'll be interesting to see how they do this, if they pin just a handful back or if they're going to pin 6 or 5. Like I said, it all just depends on the depth of quality in that top end of the class. They pulled 3 out so far, 7 more to go through. This will be the 4th one coming out, young lady here. Trying to see what her design is on her shirt here. It looks like, I don't know if that's I think it's horses. Yeah, it looks like horses on there.
They've pinned back the young lady in the charcoal sweater here.
She'll be the first one pinned back.
Young lady in a flowery shirt.
Well, the horse, she's got horses on there. She's driving she's driving a 1-horse carriage right now, or I guess 1 pig carriage. Young lady in the light green teal looking shirt is pinned back as well.
Yeah, you can tell in these we're starting to see these heavier weights now. The max weight in this class is 286, so you're seeing a lot more mass on all corners and over the top area. Really got some good rib shape and depth of body in these barrows as well. Young lady in the light blue as she goes into the pen as well.
She'll be the 4th one pinned back, and we still have 3 more to come out of the gate. Young lady in the pink's coming out, doing a really good job getting that head up. Man, she's squatted down there low, isn't she?
Oh, yes.
She's getting after it.
Yes, she's...
Young man coming out here now. We have one more to sort through. Last one we sorted through came out of the big arena on the secondary evaluation. So she's, okay, young man in the light purple, it looks like, is getting pinned back. He'll be the fifth one.
Really a deep class in this class, Landon.
they're all
I think
uniformed.
Very uniformed in what they've lined up so far.
We talk about, sometimes they'll pin 13, 14, 15 in that one class, but all 10 of these, they only pin 10 back, but the 10 that they did pin back are very, very complete and uniform from top to bottom here.
There's nothing to be ashamed about any one of these pigs. Sadly enough, there's only 5 spots for the sales.
And it looks like he's only going to keep 5 back here, so all 5 of these that are still pinned are probably going to make the sale. He has the buttons now, so I think he's going to start placing from bottom. Or no, he does from top.
He's been going from
7th
to 10th
Yeah.
usually.
So we'll start with 6th place here, I believe.
He could surprise us, you never know. But
Young lady in the pink, I believe, is 6th place. Young man in the purple is 7th place. Oh, no, excuse me. I think the young lady in the brown sweater was 6th. She worked her way up to 6th.
Yeah.
Young lady in the pink was 7th. That goes to show you, man, coming out of the big arena and making top 6 is phenomenal.
Now, did she get a button?
Yes,
Okay.
she did. Young man in the purple was 8th. I think young man in the pink was 9th, and young lady in the pink was 10th. So it looks like we have 6th through 10th place. Now we're going to pull out our top 5 individuals. All 5 of these kiddos are going to make the sale at San Antonio. They pulled out 2 so far, 3 more to pull out. And what they'll do here, they'll evaluate these 5 and place from 5th down to 1st.
First call, class 77. First call, class 77 Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibitors bring your barrows to the holding bench this time. Be sure to have your tan show card with you and your back tag as you enter the black gate. Parents and adult leaders, once you've escorted your exhibitor to the gate, please step aside. Let's keep those alleys clear as a courtesy to those exhibitors coming in behind you.
The young lady in the green long sleeve was 5th. And then the young man in the purple was 4th. Young lady in the charcoal. Looks like the flowery one was in 3rd.
We get into our first class of heavyweight Yorkshires here in this division. The young lady here swallows up this particular class. This is one that hit me hard, and I just waited to see what Eric said. And this one needs to win. It's kind of like that top end of that last class. That's very, very good. that just separate themselves. He does this in this particular drive. Very, very rugged and big armed. I like his skull. He's got a good look up front, but still stout. He's the right length of body to me. Then you get up top, and that one's got a rolled up back and squareness like I like him. Young lady just got caught behind a hammer here in this particular drive. This is an awfully nice barrow here to be 2. He doesn't bring the extras of that class winner as far as far-reaching pieces, but this barrow still has got a stout noggin, another one that's got a big forearm and a big front foot. I like his hind leg and build, balances up good there in his top line. Young lady coming out next and third is one that runs out of gas a little, coming right at you. In comparison to these top 3, I think this one could be squared up in his knee a little, but that's again another one that balances up in these top 2 or 3 as far as feature, forearm, power. He also is a barrow that at times wants to get a little different how he blends into his loin. Young man's barrow coming out next. That really, really big hind leg, knows how to use it. He's a barrow that's a little flatter and drier in his center in comparison to these top 3 or 4. He's a barrow I'd like to see a little fuller. He too, at times, from loin to shoulder, can be a little different. Young lady here in 5th is one that's got a lot of neat pieces from blade back that we really like. A barrow to us, when you study him in comparison to these top 5, he runs out of gas in chest, gets to be a little more upright in his shoulder, but from there back, love his shape, love his rear leg build, just needs to be different there in his front end alignment. Young lady that comes in 6th here, continued to work herself up. A barrow that we like a lot of things from a standpoint of hind leg, big foot. He's a barrow that gets to be a little more Yorkie looking there up in his front feet and pasturing. Need to make them stronger, make them bolder in his forerib. Nice class here again of Yorkshires. Round out these pieces, parts and pieces that need to balance up good. Nice job by these young folks.
That concludes class number 76, the first of the heavyweight Barrows here at San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Moving on to class number 77 of York Barrows. This will be the second of 3 classes of the heavyweight division. There will be 28 head in this class. This will be the smallest class of Yorkshires here today. Weight ranges on those Barrows is from 287 to 297. So 10-pound difference in class. We're almost at the heaviest point of this class. All right, we've got the placings for class number 76 here. Top 10 individuals. In 10th place, we had Miranda Hauser. 9th place went to Brock Bessire. 8th place went to Summit Askew. 7th place was awarded to Reese Berry. 6th place was shown by Brinley Besser. 5th place was shown by Messa McDaniel. Fourth place went to Dalton Dishman. Third place was shown by Brayley Mann. Second place was awarded to Ryland Reed. And our class winner in Class 76 was exhibited by Tatum Price of Snyder FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Our certified Texas bred registered class champion was shown by Ryland Reed. She was second in class. And the breeder of that pig was Reed Livestock. Congratulations to that breeder in class number 76 of Corum, Texas. Moving on to class 77, like we talked about, there's only 28 head in this class. It is the smallest class of Yorks here today. And weight ranges on class 77 is 287 to 297. Have a total of 1 to 2 pin backs so far. We're about 5 or 6 into the sort here.
If you just now joined us, we're on class 77, middleweights, the middle class of our heavyweight division of Yorks, ranging from 287 to 297. It is the smallest class of our Yorkshire Drive at 28 head. While they're sorting through these, I just want to do a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew. They've done an outstanding job of providing great views of each and every one of these barrows and giving you play-by-play views and allowing us to let you know what's going on play-by-play and allowing you to be able to watch from your house or at your office or wherever you are and not be able to be here and be able to know exactly what's going on and getting to see every one of these barrows that these judges are analyzing. And so we thank them for all they've done. We also thank the sponsors that you see on your screen. Without them, there's a lot of expense that goes into this and equipment, and we thank all the sponsors for participating in this as well.
Want to also give a shout out to all the volunteers here at San Antonio that dedicate their own personal time to helping these kids and being here to make this show run as smoothly as it does. Over 6,000 volunteers help out here at San Antonio, and we could not do it without them, and they're the reason and the backbone of what makes this show so successful. I can see five that are pinned so far, Wayne, and we only have about 8 more to sort back here, it looks like. There's probably 1 or 2 below us getting classified or weighed.
Yeah, it's not many more. And as Landon mentioned about the volunteers, all of them are not, these are non-paid people. It's all volunteered labor that they provide. A lot of them take their vacation time to be here, or they just take it without pay just to make sure. San Antonio only has 30 paid staff people, so you can only imagine that without the volunteers, the show couldn't happen. So we thank all of our volunteers for all the volunteer service that they provide here to help the youth of Texas.
So since the inception of San Antonio, you know, we talk about all the scholarships and endowments and stuff these kids get between showing livestock and Skillathon and everything. They have given away more than $255 million has been generated since the existence of it. And that's an unbelievable amount of money. I couldn't imagine.
Yes, and they started in 1984 with this, and they only gave $90,000, and look where they're at today.
That's unbelievable. Congratulations to all those people that made it possible, and thank you to all the sponsors and people who've donated to this show for these kids. The kindness of your hearts does not go unnoticed. 8 total pigs pinned back that I can see here, Wayne, and looks like they've done the initial sort. There might be 1 or 2 below us still, so I do see 8, though, that are pinned in the holding pens here.
And then we've got 5 out in the big arena.
Not many out in the big arena here. Looks like the guys are hanging out back here. They probably have their 10, Wayne, I think. They're just waiting to see if these guys make here. I'm curious. I think it's funny all you people are sending us pictures of us up here in the stands. I see you, Jeff Kent. Yeah, I see you. Oh, it's fun to see some of these parents and sponsors and ag teachers and extension agents who are out here supporting these kids ringside here, really cheering them up. And you know, I know these kids really appreciate everything you guys do for them. It doesn't go unnoticed from us up here watching. I'll sit here and watch the kids show and everything, but I also look to see, you know, their support group. And there's so many out here that support these kiddos that are out here. And so I've got to give a shout out to them. Everybody who's sitting in the stands. There was a couple of parents out here that I saw that had multiple kids showing, and one young lady was out here for the past 8 classes and just sat there and watched the whole show, even when her kid wasn't there.
We have signals in. You saw it go black? Yeah, it went black, but now it's back.
Looks like we're good to go here. The guys are coming out here now to evaluate these 5 individuals for a secondary sort here. They've got 11 pinned back that I can see. There might be 1 below us still getting weighed. But they have enough to place 10, which that's how many people get a rosette. Guys are just double checking to make sure there's nothing else out here they want to keep. They ended up keeping 1 last class, and that young lady worked her way up to 6th place. So give a shout out to her. She was wearing a khaki looking vest earlier. But Brandon gave the thumbs up for he's ready to send these kiddos on to another show, and we wish them nothing but the best of luck here. And we've got 12 pinned back here for a chance at 10 placings, with 5 making the sale here at the San Antonio Market Barrows Show in this class. Like Wayne said earlier, this is the 2nd class of heavyweight division Yorkshire Barrows, with 1 more to follow. Then I'll kind of give you all a heads up on what we're going to do from there.
Yeah, this Barrows Show here at San Antonio is really, really a tough one. It's hard to make the sale. There are only 346 sale slots available here at San Antonio. They've let the first one out in this class 77. So they'll do their evaluation here, probably keep back 5 or 6. A lot of times what they've done is they'll let a few, like the first 3 or so out, and they've already put 1 back, so they really
She was the first one out of the gate. Yeah, I was going to say, she was the first one out of the gate, and they pinned her back immediately, so they must really like that hog.
Absolutely.
Historically, they pulled 6 to 7 back. Today, you know, the first wave they'd keep about 6. I mean, there was a couple times where they kept more than 6, but they kept 6 back in the previous wave. They seem to be keeping a few more. Young lady in the light pinks being sent back to the holding pen for a chance at a top spot here today.
Well, she's just right over the top. Really a big back, big hipped one as well.
And they're staying true to the width on these Barrows, Wayne, up front.
Oh, absolutely.
You got to be wide up front. Young man in the
Light blue.
Yeah. Brown hair is going back. He'll be the 3rd one pinned back, and which is crazy. They're pinning back pretty quickly this class. You know, the last class they only pinned 2 back, and it took them a little while to pin the rest of them. They let a handful of more out before they pinned any more back after those first initial 2. Now they've got 4 pinned back already, Wayne, so this must be a pretty heavy hitters in this class.
These top end that they're pinning back quickly is checking their boxes.
That'll be the
more
4th
consistently.
one. They pulled 6 out so far and pinned, or excuse me, 7 out so far and pinned 4 back.
Over 50% already.
Yep. This will be the 8th one out of the gate, young lady in the light blue. Doing a good job presenting her animal here. I think we have 13 total pigs, Wayne, that were pinned back in this class from the initial sort. He's going to pin that young man's back that just came out. That'll be 5. So 5 will make the sale here in this class.
Tell you, this class here, I think there's a lot of heat in this class, the way it looks to me.
I totally agree, and I think he might end up pinning back more than 5. Yep. So he's pinned back 6 now. Young lady in the white is coming back to a holding pin. With just one more to come out of the holding pin over here from the initial sort, then they would have had a chance to evaluate all the individuals here. This one's a little bit of a darker pinkish looking color. Just came out. Maybe got a little sunburn. So hard, I think, to with Yorkshires and White Hogs, Wayne, to keep them real white and shiny.
You've got to keep them out of the sun, and if you don't have a closed-in barn or building to keep them in, you've got to have a lot of sunscreen to try to keep them from blistering.
I feel like you have to do a lot more skin and hair care
Oh,
with these white
absolutely.
ones than you do these darker ones. You can kind of hide a little bit. I think he's going to pin another young lady back here. That'll make it 7 total pin back with only 5 making the sale. So those top 7 must be pretty deep. So he's going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then excuse the other individuals. Like you said, very, very deep set here, class number 77 being shown right now.
Yeah, these top 7 here are probably I might be wrong, but I'm thinking so far this is probably the deepest top 7 of the show so far.
Looks like young lady in the pink with the darker hair was 8th. Young lady in the light blue sweater was 9th. And we have one more placing ribbon or rosette to go out. And it'll go, really taking his time to make sure he gets it. So he's going to give it to the young lady in the pink here. She'll be 10th. Then we'll excuse these other individuals out of the ring and wish them nothing but the best of luck going forward. And
hopefully some of these will have an opportunity to go and have some pigs left to
compete at these
take
other
on to
majors.
Houston.
Yeah, Houston. And what do we have left at the majors? Houston and
And Austin. Is
And then
what
we
got
also have
left.
the Rio Grande show in Mercedes coming up too.
Well,
as well.
in the breeding and in the market, I think it's just to their area,
Their area,
county,
but the breeding
I
you can
believe.
take from everywhere, correct? In the breeding show?
Yes, that is correct.
Gotcha. And then there are some later county shows as well going on between these majors.
Here we go, the first one let out.
The second one now.
Or second one, sorry.
That one came out of the gate, lightning fast over there on the end.
Oh, absolutely.
And laser
Got
focus
some
going on.
energy.
Yes. Some of these have some good width on the ends, but they're right on the edge.
Yeah, they're
Of their
really,
skeleton
they're really
there.
bold through their chest
Yes,
and
they
really open up in their rib cavity.
They want good muscle in these bigger ones too. They don't, you want to have good, adequate muscle in these heavier divisions because they're so competitive, and the overall quality of these heavies is so deep that you got to have all the boxes checked to be anywhere near the top 5. I feel like, Wayne.
Absolutely. No, it's this is a pretty set right here.
They're going to pull all 7 out, and then those of you who just tuned in, they're going to place from 7th down to 1st. They're not going to pin any back at this point. They'll get all 7 of these monsters out here and start placing from there once they have a good evaluation of all 7 out here. One more to come out of the pin here. Lady's pig's not wanting to come out. She's like, I'm hungry.
It looks like they're probably going to also, once they kind of got them out there and have a chance to maybe discuss again, they're going to probably place the 7th on up to their class winner.
That is correct.
Yeah, really, you viewers here, I can tell you from being up in the stands and being able to see these guys up at the distance we are, but still being able to see width and muscle. This is a deep set here that they've put together so far. Really standing on some good structure on each and every one of them. You know, I'm kind of glad too. You want structure in these pigs, but it's not the deal breaker, and structure's not winning the show, which I appreciate that, because to me they've got to have enough structure to have the foundation.
Yeah.
But let's talk about all the other aspects that the packer wants to go along with it. And
You can't eat the hooves, really. I wouldn't eat them anyways.
You can't really have a good market for that.
Looks like he's found his 7th place here. They're talking about it. Young lady in the white will be 7th. We're down to one more placing before we get into the sale slots here. Or did I miss something? No, there's only 5.
There's 5. So all of these will make the sale now.
That's right. He only pinned back. No, I thought he pinned back 7, but I guess he placed that young lady in the light pink pretty quickly.
Yes. Yeah, I believe she did.
Between looking at my sheets here. So, yeah. So now we are in the placing holes here.
So there are 5 that make the sale. The top 4 will walk the stage. The 5th one will get $1,500, and of course, add-ons can be put on any of the sale lots of the 346, either at the sale or online, and you have up until March the 1st to put any add-ons to these young people that have made the auction. It's like we got 5th place, the young lady in the flowery?
It's kind of a paisley-looking
shirt. That'll be your 5th place.
Iris Neffendorf, who works with us, taught me that term. Down to top 4 here. Yeah, okay, so he just placed 4th here. Young lady in the light blue.
Purple, blue.
It's like a kind of a bluish, but she's 4th. Her pig looks a little tired. Been doing a great job showing that animal.
We got 2 guys and a girl out here, so first time in a while we've seen the boy power here excelling. See how the girl lines up?
Oh, she'll beat them all.
Yeah.
No, there's 3
We
really
usually
good
take orders.
Yorkshires out here.
Now, again, as we talked about, got good. They do stand on good structure, but really wide base, really open up behind the rib area.
Young lady will be 3rd.
Yeah, both of these top
Young
2
man
Barrows are pretty
in
sharp.
the teal is 2nd, and the young man in the blue is your class winner.
Congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors.
Here goes Mr. Ogle.
This class is a little more challenging to put together here towards the top end, and this is one of those classes too that if you have a 2nd, 3rd, 4th one, you're like, but mine's this and this over the. Hey, I probably won't argue with you. I'll listen to you out. Here's how I see this young man. This one here from a standpoint of shape and freshness, and he's getting around extremely good. This one here wins for us. He's got a fresh look. He's got a good build. We'll be the first ones to admit he needs to have a little more fill in his forerib, and he is by no means the widest chested coming at you of this top end, but he is square. He balances up the most for me. He needs to win this class. Young man's barrel in second is extremely, again, another big-legged, really, really good hip and hind leg, good chested barrel. Excuse me, you get him up here in the top end, and he becomes one of the just plainer muscle barrows from a standpoint of shape. He needs more. Young lady coming out next in the top trio. This is a barrow that brings as much width and spread of skeleton as any in this particular class. He's another one that's extremely heavy structured. He's a barrow that gets to be just a little more just limited from a standpoint of his cooperation and mobility out here at times. If we could just relax him, that's one again that you can sort up into this top mix however you feel. Young lady coming out next and fourth has got one that's a little sharper looking, a little edgier muscled than the barrow in third. This one gets out and goes extremely well. This one gets to be, again, a little flatter in its rib, a little too dry. Young lady coming out next, this one offers some very, very unique pieces. He's as heavy boned, has a bigger rear leg, and has as big a footed as any in this particular drive. Ultra fresh, ultra well presented. He's a barrow that's not right in his knee coming at you. He wants to camp and give too much set there behind on his rear hock. Young lady here in sixth, this is another one again that we discussed a lot. This is a barrow that wanted to tie up towards the end. Another one that's heavy structured, got a good blade in him. He's a barrow though into that top 5 or 6, gets to be the driest and flattest in his center body. Parts and pieces here that round out this particular drive. We have some that need to be fixed structurally. Several of them here in this particular heavyweight class are just too dry and flat in their middle.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
Okay, so we are finishing up. We're fixing to start our last final class of the Yorkshire breed. This will be class 78. The weight range is from 298 to 300 pounds with a 10-pound weigh-back, of course. We've got 29 head in it, so it was the second smallest class of the day. Our class previous in 77 had 28 head. This class has 29. At the conclusion of class 78, this being our final class, we will then bring the first and second place lightweights winners back up for the evaluation of your champion lightweight division champion and your reserve lightweight division champion. After that's been named, then we'll get the heavyweight first and second places up there. The judges will do the evaluation of those, naming a champion heavyweight and a reserve champion heavyweight there. At that time, then, we will judge for the heavyweight champion and lightweight champion for the overall breed champion, Yorkshire, here at San Antonio, and the reserve overall reserve champion. That champion overall will also receive a $10,000 scholarship, as well as going and competing on tomorrow in the Ring of Champions for the overall grand and reserve grand champion. San Antonio has come a long ways in scholarships. They started in 1997, starting award scholarships for the Barrows, but it was only a $6,000 scholarship given to the grand champions. That continued, and then in 2007, with all the hard work of sponsors and people donating and seeing the value of these scholarships, they started awarding breed champion scholarships of $10,000 starting in 2007. The first winner of that Yorkshire scholarship was Shelby Spillman. and it was $10,000 in 2007. To date now, San Antonio has given 10 of them, which totals $100,000 here in the Barrows show. So thank you, San Antonio, for seeing that vision of scholarships, and thank you for putting that together.
Here in class number 77, I'm going to go and read your top 10 individuals here. 10th place went to Madison Bird. 9th place was awarded to Emery Kent. 8th place went to Hannah Garcia. 7th place went to Catherine Birch. 6th place was awarded to Kinley Shield Knight. 5th place was shown by Khaki Bishop. 4th place was awarded to Holly Kaiser. 3rd place was shown by Peyton Turbit. 2nd place was exhibited by Slade Scroggins. And our class 77, which is our second heaviest York bearer class of the day, was exhibited by Preston Lippum. Congratulations to Preston. He was also the shower of the Texas Bred Registry Class Champion, and the breeder of that animal was Rains Livestock of Fredericksburg, Texas. Congratulations to the Rains family. They've been very successful here at San Antonio so far, and wish them nothing but the best of luck. So congratulations to them. Like Wayne said, we're moving on to Class 78 now. This is the last class of heavyweight Yorkshire Barrows here today at San Antonio. At the conclusion of evaluating these animals in this class, we will move on to our division winners. So we'll bring back the first and second place of the 3 classes of lightweights and first and second place of the heavyweights in the Yorkshire division, or Yorkshire breed, excuse me. We will pick a division and reserve division champion of both the lightweight and the heavies, and those will compete for the overall champion Yorkshire Barrow and reserve champion overall Yorkshire Barrow.
Looks like we've got 4 pinned so far.
And there's about
final class.
There's about 10 left to sort out here. Have 4 in the big arena. At the conclusion of the Yorks, we will move on to our landrace, which there's only 51 head of landrace here at San Antonio, being 2 classes. So there'll be a big weight range between, I think, the lightweight class and the second class.
And only 3 placings in this landrace show per class. So
we'll make the sale, correct?
Yes, that will make the sale. I assume that they would also go through 10th place here as well in our rosettes, but only 3 make the sale.
Looks like we have 5 pinned back. There might be 1 or 2 below me here, either being classified or weighed. I've said that before, and then all of a sudden 6 come out of the woodworks into the holding pins here. We have 1 more left to sort here. 2 more left from the initial first sort to go see Mr. Ogle or Mr. Polish. Five in the big arena. 1 more left to bring out here. Mr. Ogle, you got one coming at you, buddy. There you go. He's giving him a good look here. He's going to send that last one too. The little kid's really excited. He's going to send that one to a holding pin for a chance at a top 10 spot here. I think we have 8 or 9 pinned back, so they're going to fire up these barrows in the big arena here for a secondary sort. Want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew for giving us all a ringside view. They do a phenomenal job, work a lot of hours to bring this podcast and webcast to you guys at home. And thank you for the sponsors who are going across our screen. If you happen to know them or run into them, give them a shout out, give them thank you, text them, whatever you got to do, because they're helping bring this to us here at San Antonio. Wherever you're watching, either being from home, at work, in your car, on a tablet, we want to thank y'all for joining us. Hope you guys have enjoyed listening to the humor that Dad and I bring, and also the knowledge that comes with it, and knowing what's going on behind the scenes here. Thank you for supporting these kids from wherever you are, and we look forward to another great day here of day 1 of Wave 2. Wayne, I think we got 10.
Okay.
Because the young man has not made it back. He was the last one to go through the sift ring, and he got super excited, started jumping up and down when Mr. Ogle pointed for him to go to a holding pen. So he was super pumped. That's fun to watch, the excitement of these kids.
And you know the judges are having fun too, because that really you saw big smiles on both of their faces as well.
And Mr. Ogle's got some light laser focus, so to see him smile, it's fun to watch.
Absolutely, he's so zoomed in on his judging that it was nice to see that big smile on his face.
He's having fun. He told me he's having a blast with these kids, watching these kids and evaluating these very competitive livestock. I know Eric feels the same way. They're having fun out here. They're just lasered in on these hogs to make sure they do the best job they possibly can. Started with 29 total head in this last class of Yorkshire Barrows here. Weight ranges are from 298 to 300 pounds, so only 2 pounds difference in this class between the animals from the top end and the bottom end. Started with 29, we're down to 10. 180 total Yorks are here today at San Antonio. Wayne, I see you crunching some numbers there. What are you crunching over there, Point Dexter?
So, we've got 815 that showed up for the second wave. So when we complete today, the judges would have evaluated 583 total head of the 815. So we only have 232 for tomorrow to do.
Plus the anticipation of the overall grand drive.
Yes.
We're all looking forward to that tomorrow. So tomorrow might be a shorter day. I have a feeling we'll be done by 2 or 3 tomorrow.
Well, I think they usually do the Ring of Champions somewhere, I think, around that 3 o'clock. But we'll give you more details tomorrow as we receive them. So
absolutely. Looks like he's pinning a young lady back right now. That'll be the second one they pin back. About halfway through, pulling these animals out for a look of the ones they've kept back. Went ahead and pinned a young man back as well in a green checkered shirt. This class is extremely deep as well. They're looking hard at these animals. And, y'all can see it on the screen. They're big. But when I get up here, they don't look quite as big because we're, 12, 15 feet off the ground here, Wayne. But we can get a good bird's eye view of these animals from side to front to over the top here that a lot of people can't see from the stands here.
It takes some feed to get to this bigger weight range.
They're huge. They are just monsters.
And yet, as you can see, the ones that they got out here, they're fresh. It's not like they're stale looking at all.
And that's so hard to do, to keep them that fresh at that size, but also that mobile.
Yes. Look how flexible these guys are that they got out here.
They're athletes. I mean, nothing against, basketball, baseball, and all that other stuff, but let me tell you, these pigs are athletic too. Don't count them out. I don't know if they can dunk a basketball or not, but they are athletic creatures. Went ahead and pinned another young man back here in the purple. That'll make it 4 total pin back that I can see so far, Wayne. So he might pin one more back, and that'll be maybe his top 5 potentially compared to what he did the last class. I think that would be more consistent with that last class. I think they're going to pin back 5. I may be totally wrong.
I would sure think so.
Young man in the yellow, he'll be the 5th one.
I think there's enough quality here they need to do that, and I bet they do. And they did, of course. Look at the motion that Brandon was sharing with Eric.
I thought he was doing. He's got the whole world in his hand. I
He
don't
said,
know.
man, that one's massive.
He said round. I mean, it looked like a circle. Definitely wasn't a polygon or anything like that.
It was the big sun or something.
If he could do a polygon with his hands, I'd be really impressed. But yeah, no.
Hey, how about that athleticism that he just showed?
So for those of you
Kick
who don't
that
know our
leg up.
judges here, Mr. Brandon Ogle is in the blue and white shirt, a little spotted shirt here, and Mr. Eric Polich is repping that white. I hope he keeps it white all day.
Yeah, we'll see how wide it is after lunch.
Okay, so it looks like he's going to keep 5 back for his top end. Young lady in the red is 6th. Young lady in the light blue will be 7th. Young lady in the kind of pinkish, I guess that's pinkish, lavendery, it will be 8th. Young lady in the blue is 9th, and young man is 10th. Young man who got 10th was the one who got super excited a while ago, and very proud of him. Oh, Pig's taking off on him. I wish you could see that on the screen. He kind of did a little rodeo on us. So now we're down to our top 5 in our last class of York Barrows here. This will be the first one coming out here. Really, really good, complete Yorkshire Barrow. Super wide up front on both ends, inside its skeleton. Talk about structure, has good structure to it. This is the 300-pound monster here. Young man coming out is no exception to the rule either. I mean, I'm looking on the screen that you guys can see and looking at what I see. Look how big they are. Wow. Look how tall at the point of the shoulder that bear is there in this last one that came out. Very clean, and like you said, they're all fresh looking. Those of you who, I want to point this out real quick, Wayne. For those of you who don't, maybe never showed pigs growing up or don't understand kind of what this is, if you look on these pigs' ears, you'll see little notches in their ears. Well, that is their name. Their right ear is what you'd call their last name, and the left ear is what you'd call their first name. So those of you who probably don't know anything about the pig world but are here to support these kids, that's what that means.
And when they validate these barrows and stuff, they have to have ear notches in their ear when they're validate. So if for some reason they didn't have the ear notches in there, they have to give them that identity besides taking hair for DNA testing.
Well, and just like we talked about in, athletics and stuff like that, basketball and all that stuff, when it comes to the Super Bowl, we do drug tests. What, the top 2 individuals, is that right?
I think the class winners.
Class winners, yeah. So there is drug testing in livestock showing as well. I do believe the young man, the light blue, is 5th. So we're down to our top 4 here in this last class of York Barrows here.
Another really deep set here, and there's some power here, guys.
Yes, there is. Young man in the purple was 4th. Now we get to see a lot of showmanship skill here. I mean, all 10 of them have done a phenomenal job showing, but it's fun to watch these 3 out here. They're really getting after it with these creatures.
Be interesting. I have a favorite out here.
I do too.
Just curious to see what they end up doing.
They're all three so uniformed out here. Like, Mr. Anderson and myself and you were talking about, we all have opinions on what we think they should do, but we're not the ones out there judging it. It's all what they believe and what they stuck true to, and they've been true to what they've been picking from wave one all the way till now.
And I think, we all have our opinions, but if they'll just sort to the top, they have a pattern. That's what's so important.
Yes.
At the end of the day, it's personal preference from there, but if you can follow what they're picking, then at least you know how to drive hogs to them.
Exactly.
The type of hogs, that is.
And that's where I'm going to tell you, viewers at home who might be showing here later today or tomorrow, Young Man in the Yellow is third, and I think it's going to sort out. I gave you my 3 placings and how I thought it should be placed from my perspective. Not that it means anything, but they've kind of followed suit with that, and that goes to show me that they're consistent in what they're picking, that I could sit over here and follow them as well. But for those of you guys at home watching, if you're showing today or tomorrow, come up to the ring. Watch how these guys are sorting them. It'll help you when it's your turn to go out there, and it really will help you in how you go out there and show, knowing exactly what these judges are looking for, how they judge them, if they go from top to bottom or bottom to top. Oh, 2 to the young man, and the young lady is your class winner.
Yep, that's the one I like.
And that's how I picked those top 3.
The pair of hogs out here, the top 3 hogs here we're in discussion, but the top 2 here for us, there's some the hogs aren't similar. I told Eric of the Young Man's, I said he's one of them first or third pigs, but I hate when people do that, so I'm not gonna. I like him second best, but we'll talk out loud here what I think. If I could put that one's rear leg bone on the first one, we'd have took a lot less time. Young Lady's Barra, between these 2, he's longer necked, he's better up front, he's edgier up high, and he's got a little more flair there when you study him from behind. That's a really nice hog. I like his feel. He gets out and goes really well. Both of these hogs are extremely sound. Young Man's got the advantage from a standpoint of feature. He's got a huge rear leg, really big footed when you take him to the ground. He's a barrow that doesn't quite have as much shape when you get right in behind him. Again, just from a standpoint of flair, I could jerk his neck out of his shoulder just a little bit, but that's a very high quality pair of Yorkshires. Young Man's Barrow coming out next from a standpoint of just look and shape and build and make and model is similar to our class winner. I end up and yank him in third because that barrow to me gets to be different again from shoulder to loin. I don't like how he drops that and wants to jump there in his ham loin hookup. Young Man's Barrow coming out next has got one that's got a lot of neat parts and pieces, and again, a little bit maybe put together by committee, how he balances up. He's got some look, he's got some shape. He's a barrow that gets to be just a little more set up front. He's a barrow that wants to run downhill just a nickel there when you study him from the side. Young Man's Barrow here in fifth is one that when he came back out, simply put, he just unfortunately became the narrower, flatter one of our top 5. He's a barrow that we need to open up, bolden up in his forerib, but a nice barrow there, big hind leg, good hip and hind leg, nice, well-presented barrow here in fifth. Young Lady's Barrow coming out next in sixth is one that, again, that we liked a lot and talked about some things. He needs to have a little more flex and give. From hock down, when you get behind him, he needs to have more cushion. He, too, gets to be a little more, have a little more set there up front. We round out this last class of Yorkshires. Again, parts and pieces. Some of these get to be a little just too chunky and low set. Some are a little bigger, flatter, shallower.
Now we're moving on into our division champion drive. So we're going to do our lightweight division first, followed by our heavyweight division, and then we'll judge the overall champion Yorkshire Barra, followed by the overall reserve champion Yorkshire Barra. Our last class of Yorks of the day, class number 78, I've got the top 10 individuals here. Our 10th place went to Hunter Gillum. 9th place went to Maya Mahan. Hope I said that right. 8th place went to Grayson Utley. 7th place was shown by Bailey Luter. 6th place went to Hadley Henry. 5th place.
There is no
went to
destination
Davis Lang.
without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Back to 4th place here. We had from our last class, Hudson Heichel. 3rd place went to Blake Williamson. 2nd place was shown by Coulter Winter. And our class winner was Briley Byers of Hale County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Our exhibitor of the Certified Texas Bred class champion was Coulter Winter of Lubbock County 4-H. And the breeder on that hog was Wintex Farms of Idalou. Congratulations to Will and that family. Really good hog, and wish them nothing but the best of luck.
Those two were like splitting hairs. I think they're going to be very competitive here.
I really want to know what that bore was. That bone work on that hog was so good.
Oh, unbelievable. Really stout skull. I thought the judges kind of showed their differences, and again, it's just personal opinion from there. But two really outstanding hogs. All top 5 were, but those two in particular were really stout.
Okay, we're moving on into our lightweight division show here at the Yorkshire Barrows. We are judging for our division and reserve division champion lightweight. After we finish picking our lightweights, we'll move on into our heavyweight division champion and reserve. And then of those two division champions, we will pick an overall Yorkshire Barra champion, followed by a reserve overall Yorkshire Barra champion. Our 3 class winners from the lightweight division were Ridley Cathy, Weldon Kinney, and Ava Luke.
And those 3 will compete for the champion lightweight division champion. And the winner of that will then compete against the winner of the champion of the heavyweight division. And the overall champion will also receive a $10,000 scholarship.
Okay, folks, we're ready to proceed on with the selection of our lightweight division champion. From class 76. County Boys. Class 74 is Weldon Racenia Snyder, FFA. And class 75 is Ava Luke of Hampshire Burnett, FFA.
These are our first places from the lightweight division, Yorkshire Barrows here. Whoever selected as the champion division lightweight, they will pull the second place out from that class to compete against the other two. Two judges are discussing right now.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. You know, you've got three, they've kept their patterns together, if you like, or if you dislike what they like. You can't fault these judges from putting a pattern of freshness and body and
Here in our
squareness
first division
together.
of Yorkshire's, you get these three class winners. And please give these kids a big round of applause real quick. We get the three class winners out here, and there's one that again, kind of combines things the best. He's the stout, bold, square one, big arm, good look, square coming at you, and still flexible. Young ladies class 3 will be division champ.
Congratulations to Ava Luke. She is your lightweight division champion of the Yorkshire Barrows. Bringing out Remington Phillips here. I think it gets a little bit closer here.
A little bit closer, but yet, you know, again, the pattern looks very similar in types from the sides.
He's talking about base width in one of them right now. I don't know which one he was pointing at, but you could just see him do the chest motion here. Like I said, Mr. Ogle, he's easy to read on kind of what he's looking for here. Let's hear what he has to say here.
Young man, second place Barrow comes out here and becomes a contender. Again, balancing things up, totaling them up. I think the one that's built the most similar to our division champion. And again, when you start sorting these three out here, I think this one offers a little more shape and a little more flair, just a little more wow factor when you get on top of him, and then you compare him to another one, and I think he really, really separates himself there from a standpoint of boldness of forearm, forerib, and center body. Young man, your second place Barrow will be reserve division.
Your reserve division lightweight Yorkshire Barrow goes to Remington Phillips. Congratulations. Now we're going to move on into our heavyweight division. There was 3 classes in those heavyweight divisions for those of you just joining us. We're going to select a heavyweight division champion and a reserve heavyweight division champion, and then bring that lightweight division champion and that heavyweight division champion out for the overall Yorkshire Barrow. You got to turn it on, Wayne.
Hello. If you've just joined us, we're fixing to do the heavyweight division champion reserve. But what these kids have to do is they come back up to the main ring. But before they do, they have to go across the scale again. So they still have to weigh within 10 pounds of that what they've turned in before they can go in and compete for that title. Now, for whatever reason, if they weigh out, they still have made the auction and they receive their placing. They just won't get an additional title and get to go on if they were weighed out. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you guys so you kind of know how things happen behind the ring here.
So we started with 180 total Yorks here today. We just have this heavyweight division to select a champion and reserve champion, and then we'll follow up with the overalls. Following the Yorkshire selection of the overall, we're going to move on to our landrace, and there are only 2 classes of landrace here today. 51 total head. Top 3 in the landrace make the sale of each class. So not quite as many, but there's not quite as many Barrows in the landrace here, so that's why they try to keep it fair on the numbers of however many are in each breed. Here we go. So our Class 76 champion, or first place, was Tatum Price. She's coming out now. Class 77 class winner was exhibited by Preston Lipham. Doing a good job exhibiting his big old York there. And our heavy class, Riley Byers. Congratulations to all 3 of these exhibitors, all 3 really good kids, and wish them the best of luck here. Now, I think it gets a little more challenging here, Wayne, with these heavies. They were so deep. But I think he's already made up his mind. Look at him. He's going for the mic.
Him long.
Put your hands together for these heavyweight class winners here in our Yorkshire breed. I told Eric, I said, I'm not going to mess around. There's one out here I like a whole bunch. He's square, he's wide, he's bulky, he's stout featured, good look, extremely comfortable. Young lady in front of me, I'll have her division champ.
Congratulations to Tatum Price.
Congratulations to Tatum Price of Snyder FFA, exhibitor of our.
So now we're bringing on our second place out of the first class of the heavies, exhibited by Ryland Reed.
Very similar to the first decision here. I think for reserve, it becomes pretty logical for us and for me here how things fall together. There's one out here, brings a lot of good pieces to the table. Like, again, I love how comfortable he is. I love for being at his weight, his turn, and shape up high. Young ladies class winner will be reserve division.
Our reserve division heavyweight champion was exhibited by Riley Byers. Now we're going to turn around and select an overall champion Yorkshire Barrow and a reserve overall champion Yorkshire Barrow. So we're going to leave, that would be between Tatum Price and Ava Luke here. So we're going to have 2 out here for the selection of our overall. Here we go. Got our two division champions out here. So the lightweight division champion was exhibited by Ava Luke. Congratulations to her and her really good-looking Yorkshire Barra here. Almost said cross, sorry. It's a Yorkshire.
It's classed as a York now.
I think they're going to pull both. I think they're going to pull all four of them out, Wayne, not just two of them, which will be fun here. So we have both Ava Luke and Remy. Well, no.
A real nice pair of division champions that the two young ladies bring out to us. And there's one of them that, hits you really hard from the initial outset and continues to come out here and look the part, brings some extras. Both of these barrows are cut out of a similar cloth from a standpoint of feature. There's one, though, you just get on top of him. He's so square and good out of the back part of his blade. He's a little longer everywhere, too, in the good places. Young ladies, barrow right here in front of me is your champion, York.
Congratulations to our heavyweight, Tatum Price. She is your overall Yorkshire Barra champion. Now we're showing for reserve here.
Young ladies reserve heavy comes out, and again, I just told Eric, I said I'm not gonna beat any of them down. I think that once they come back out here, just the things that I like that sorts them off. I think there's one out here that's a little better in its angle to its shoulder, a little better in its head, edgier in its shape, fresher in its overall appearance, and the other one has a little more feature. And if the other one here, again, I mentioned when I talked to it the first time, tipping my hat, if it was just a little heavier bone, boy, would it be a fun top pair to try to break down. But young lady, your reserve heavies, reserve York.
Congratulations to Briley Byers with your reserve overall champion Yorkshire Barra. All four were outstanding barras, and tip my cap to all of them. And congratulations to these exhibitors. Now we move on into our land race. Two classes of land race. First class is 26 head, and weight ranges are 250 to 274. This will be class number 85. Stay tuned.
If you've just now joined us, we concluded the Yorkshires and we've started the Landrace show. We only have 2 classes here at San Antonio. We had a total of 51 show up for the Landrace show. We're judging class 85, and the weight ranges is from 250 to 274, and we have 26 head in this class. In our Landry show, we, instead of having 5 or 6 placings, due to the size of the show, they only are placing first through third that make the auction. I believe, though, that they will do 10 for rosettes. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I believe they are going through 10th place on the rosettes, but only the top 3 make the sale. Also, I just wanted to keep you guys informed. As I mentioned, we have 2 classes of Landrace. Upon the conclusion of naming the champion and reserve champion Landrace, we will be breaking for a 30 to 45-minute lunch, and then we'll start the crossbred show, which would be the other crossbreds. And what we're doing this afternoon is we were going to be judging the first 2 divisions. There are 3 total, actually 4 total divisions of crossbreds, and we'll do the first 2 divisions today or this afternoon, and there will be 4 classes for each division. So we'll be doing 8 classes of crossbreds this afternoon, which will be a total of like 262 head we'll be doing this afternoon. And then we'll do the remaining 232 tomorrow morning. And then after that, we'll be getting all of our champions and reserve breed champions together for the award ceremony and the naming of the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Barrow for this being the 75th anniversary of San Antonio Livestock Show. So they pinned 11 ahead. They went out into the big arena and decided they had enough for placing, and they excused them. But again, they kept quite a few. And again, this is the character of our judges of trying to make sure that they keep enough and being able to reevaluate them to get their final sale slots all put together, and giving each and every one of the exhibitors a fair opportunity. If some of you are not familiar with the Landrace breed, they are of a purebred, or under classifications, they class for a purebred Landrace. They look very similar to a Chester in a sense that they're white and down-eared. The difference in a Landrace is they're a little longer in their snout and longer-eared type. They are kind of like the Yorkshire, kind of a mothering breed if you were in the breeding show. But here today we're dealing with the market show, but that's kind of gives you a little background about this breed.
I call them the dinosaur breed because they're just like an old, burly, long-made breed, big head.
They're usually bigger ears, framed and longer bodied in makeup most of the time.
What's that old saying? They're a rib longer?
Yes, yes.
And they have what I call Dumbo ears.
But there was a year, and it's been quite some time ago, but there was a land race that actually either won grand or reserve grand. I don't know what year that was.
In the Barrows show?
Yes, it was. I can't remember what year that was, but it's been quite some time ago. Maybe somebody can help remind me if I'm thinking correctly on that and what year that was, but they were either grand or reserve grand.
You know, I'm looking. So they pulled a bunch back, Wayne. They pulled over half the class back, it looks like.
Absolutely, and that again, that's in all fairness to these kids. There's only 3 placings, but they want to make sure they get the top 3 put together right, and of course there'll be 10, I think, Rosette placings as well.
I believe so, yes, sir. Weight ranges in this class is a little bit. There's a little bit more of a gap there, and I think that's due to the total number we have here. 250 to 274, so there's a 24-pound difference between the lightest and the heaviest in this class. Followed by our last class of landrace. The gap is 270 to 300, so about the same amount of gap between those two classes. But there are going to be some monsters out there if there's some 300-pounders.
Looks like we've got 3 pinned back so far.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we still have 4 in the pen that they've got to evaluate.
They've got 5 pinned back here, Wayne, and they still have a few more to go through here.
Yeah, that makes it really tough when you only have 3 placings, and it looks like that depth in, this Landry's class is pretty darn deep.
Oh, I had an escape artist over here. Young lady's pig said, "I'm not done showing yet." And no, you're not, just not yet. I do believe I heard on the big announcement a while ago, we're going to do these 2 classes of landrace, get our overall landrace picked out, and then we're going to take a lunch break, probably between 30 and 45-minute lunch break, I would assume. Shout out to the cooks, too, who feed all these volunteers. They do a phenomenal job as well. I think we had shrimp scampi one time and gumbo another time, and so they make sure we're well fed.
Absolutely.
And
they
they're
take good
volunteers,
care
too.
of us.
Wayne, we've got 6 pinned back here, and now they're starting to place. I think here.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors a man a good round of applause.
They've got 8th, 9th, and 10th placed. And they're going to excuse the other exhibitors, wish them best of luck down the road with their future projects and everything they have going on in their lives. We wish them the utmost success in anything they do in this life. They've got 7 pinned back here for a chance at top 3 make the sale. Pulling out the first young lady right now, doing a wonderful job getting her Landrace Barrow set up. And the young lady coming out here in the red. She is no exception to the rule, doing a phenomenal job showing here. Young man coming in after it and laser focus coming out. Doing a good job getting his pig away from the others. Right in front of the judge here.
First call, class 86, Landrace Barrows. First call, class 86, Landrace Barrows. Exhibitors bring those barrows to the holding pens this time. Make sure you have your tan show card and your back card with you as you enter the black gate.
We got all 7 of them out here now. And looks like Mr. Polish is going to start placing.
Boy, this makes it really tough when you only have 3 sale slots here.
I love that Eric goes back to Brandon. They sit there and they talk about him like, okay, here's our 7. Here's what I'm thinking. What do you see? Do you see the same thing I do? What would you change about this one, or what do you think we should start? I like this one to start off with. Yes, here's what I think too. And they work really, really well together in that aspect. And it's been fun to watch them sort that way.
And then if you're an exhibitor out there, you're thinking, I need to get a little bit congested here. Because he's going to place from the bottom up for sure.
Young lady in the teal is going to be 7th. Young man in the blue and red plaid will be 6th. Down to our top 5 in this first class of 2 classes of Landrace Barrows here. 3 make the sale here. And that is due because of there's only 2 classes of Landrace and only 51 total head here.
Yeah, and how they come up with it, from my understanding, is they take a 3-year average of what has shown up on a 3-year average. How they come up with the amount of classes and how many placings that they have in each class.
Speaking of placing, the young lady in the orange was 5th, and now we're down to what I consider the crying hole.
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
And they're all 4 doing. I mean, all 7 of them that came out here did a phenomenal job. Let's get to that point. 4th place looks like it's going to the young lady in the navy here. She'll be 4th, and now we're down to our sales slot placings. Down to 3 really good Landrace, Wayne.
Oh, yeah.
All very, very good.
It's tough here. I feel sorry for those, but all of them have worked really hard.
Yes.
But when you only have 51 head,
and that's part of life. I mean, you learn less. I feel like you learn more lessons in defeat than in winning, because it makes you stronger. And winning's all. Everybody wants to win and do well, but
it's all the memories you make here with other family and friends and relationships you acquire while you're here at the show. I mean, it's all of those things are part of an accomplishment and something you can take on with life. And some of these people you get to meet in this show circuit are some of your best friends for life. So there's a lot to this.
Looks like we got our class winner here. Young man in the pink's going to be first. Young lady in the red's going to be second. The young man in the blue plaid is third. Let's hear from Mr. Eric Polish.
I think we got a really nice way to go ahead and start this land race division off with. Young man's going to win this class, kind of, as Brandon said, kind of wins for fun. He's the one that combines the squareness of back and the balance and symmetry, but yet he gives you that three-dimensional look. And of that top pair, he's got the most feature when we take him to the ground. This guy gets out here. He hinges really well off those rear two. He's sound and comfortable, but he's the stout-featured one that's got spread and dimension. The young lady worked her way up here into second. Originally, this barrow didn't hit me real hard, but when he would get out here, he remains comfortable on the drive. He's very, very good from the ground up. Again, one of those barrows that's opened up. We like the center body. We like the shape and spread up high this guy has. He's not as heavy featured. He's not as big legged or heavy footed as the one we started with, but that's a good built, good balanced one that the young lady's driving. Just wish we could put just a few more extras in, especially right at the ground. The young man coming out here in third's got one that's very similar to these top in the top three. You talk about one that's opened up with a big cage, and you get right on top of this guy. He is big backed, and he's got a lot of spread and density all the way from his blade back to his hip. He's one that just gets a little more jammed up off either end. He's one that's starting to stab just a little bit relative to them top two. If we can just extend that guy out, elevate him ever so slightly, we can work him up into that top pair. Nice barrow the young lady's got here, and unfortunately just started breaking down on us as he hit the ring. The longer he went, just starts to hammer those rear legs a little too hard. He's one that you like his balance, and you like his design. He's a fresh backed one, just one that was doing landrace things out here, unfortunately. The young lady coming out here next has got one, again, one of those big cage barrows that's opened up with a big chest floor, huge back. Doesn't balance quite as well. Wants to maybe get just a little plainer up front. We need to put a shot more foot and bone relative to them top pair. The young lady or the young man coming out next, kind of got the big muscled one here. It just gets a little harsher all the way through. Wants to start pushing a little too much off that front end, but that is a big back with a big hip, sound functional one. Just like to go ahead and soften that one up. The young lady coming out here next has got one that's extremely mobile, flexible, and got a really good hind leg in that one. We like this guy's bone and foot size. The longer he's out here, he just falls apart a little bit in that top line. We'd like to just strengthen that up as he goes out on the run. The rest of these guys out here do a very nice job. Congratulations to all the landrace exhibitors.
That concludes our first class of the landrace. Moving on to our last class of landrace, being class number 86 here. 25 head. Weight ranges are from 275 to 300. We'll get the top 10 placings here shortly for you guys.
If you've just now tuned in, we at the conclusion of this class, and after naming the champion and reserve champion landrace, we will be breaking for lunch. So it would probably be probably about 45 minutes, I'm suspecting, but you might want to check in 30 minutes just to make sure. And then we'll be doing this afternoon 8 classes of crosses, which will be your lightweight division and your middleweight division. We'll have, and then tomorrow morning we'll start with the intermediate division, or Division 3 they'll call it, and Division 3 and 4 will wrap up our cross show, at which time then we will be getting ready for our Ring of Champions show and awarding all the scholarships and the extra awards and stuff that these kids will be receiving as having won a breed and reserve breed champion award. To lunchtime, these judges have, at the completion of our land race show, our judges have looked at 321 head to lunchtime. And then this afternoon, they'll be looking at 232 more head for a total of today's evaluation of 583 total head today. If you've now joined us, this is our second and final class of our land race show. This will be class 86. The weight ranges is from 275 to 300 pounds. We have 25 head in this class. The land race show totaled that came across to the grounds of 51 total head of land race this year at San Antonio.
So placings in class number 85 here. We just finished that at class up. We're evaluating the initial sort on class 86, our last class of land race of the day. But I've got our top 10 exhibitors here. I hope I pronounced these names right on some of you, and if I don't, I apologize. 10th place went to Eugene Frisch. 9th place went to Colt Alston. 8th place was awarded to Allison Lawton. 7th place was shown by Mackenzie Wyrick. 6th place was shown by Jagger Hunter. 5th place was awarded to Jinley Woodley. 4th place went to Addison Horn. 3rd place was shown by Corbin Shields. 2nd place went to Taylor Tidwell. And our first class champion of the Landrace Barrows was exhibited by Landry Mabry of Crawford FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. And our certified Texas bred registered class champion was shown by Sidney Woolley of Lynn County 4-H. And the breeder of that Landrace Barrow was Horsford Show Pigs of Stratford. Congratulations to them and wish them the best of luck and success down the road in their breeding program and also getting these kids some wonderful stock. Thank you so much.
So far we have 7 in the pen that we can see, and then we have 4 out in the big arena. Looks like the judges have gone through the 25 total head for the first evaluation, and so there's probably some more. The way they're waiting there to see a classification and weight, making sure they weigh correctly. Looks like they probably have 10 head that they've already pinned, so not sure, but I think so. And again here, if you've just now joined us in our Landry show, this is the second and final class of our Landry show, and they're going to be placing the top 10. However, only because of due to the size of this breed, they do a 3-year average evaluation on what shows up here at San Antonio. There is only going to be 3 that actually go and make the sale here at San Antonio.
Looks like they have 10 pulled back, I believe, Wayne. There's none in the holding pen. Actually, no, there is 10 in the holding pens. There might be 1 or 2 below me. Looks like the judges are fixing to make their way. They're already in the big arena here.
And what's good is they're discussing these out here. Even though they have 3 placings, it's not like they're saying, oh, we got plenty in that. So, you know, that's what I like of seeing these judges still conferring, making that, taking the extra effort and going the extra distance to make sure that they pick the ones that they feel
and they're
good
sending
about.
these individuals to on now. They don't want to keep anything back here. It looks like they have 12 now, so that's more than enough to place 10, and with only 3 making the sale. At the conclusion of this class, we will judge for our overall champion, Landrace Barrow, followed by our reserve champion, Landrace Barrow. And then we will take a 30 to 45-minute lunch break. Dad and I will come back up here and kind of give you a heads up when we have about 5 minutes or so before we get started. For those of you tuning in, kind of wanting to know kind of what the game plan is, and we'll start with our crosses after lunch.
They've let out the first land race of our heavyweight drive here. As Landon said, we do have 12 of them pinned. Here's our second one coming out. Our third one. Again, we have 12 that they've pinned back, so the judges will go through all 12 of them, but they will, as they're looking at these, discuss and then probably pin some back again. They'll probably pin back probably 5 to 6 of them to do a final evaluation.
This class must be pretty deep, Wayne, because I can count 13 head here now.
Oh, wow, there's another one behind us.
Huh, I lied, 14.
Oh, wow, it was a
14,
deep
20,
it
yeah.
was a deep class.
So that's over half of the class, or I guess that is half of the class. No, over half of the class, because there was only 25 head in this class, and they pinned 14. So if my math serves me, that's over half of the class.
Well, over half.
10 of the exhibitors will get a nice rosette, and the top 3 will make the sale here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show.
The
When they
lady in the orange sweater, I believe, has been pulled back.
One of the lighter orange sweater, I guess that's more of a peach color that the
Yeah.
other one's wearing.
Yeah.
Just pinned that young man back that just came out of the gate here. Must really like that hog. He's going to pin the young lady who just came out again in the Paisley. She's moving. She's at the top of your screen, moving back to a holding pin. That'll be 3 pin back so far. Still have another 4 to go through. Young man's going back in the light blue shirt. Working real hard at the center of the ring here. Headed back to a holding pin.
Pinned the young lady in the kind of the turquoise print or teal print.
Teal striped shirt there, and she just came out and they put her right back again, didn't they?
Sure.
There's been 3 or 4 that they've done that with so far. That'll be the 5th one pinned back now in this final class of Landrace Barrows. Still have 1 more to come out of the initial holding pin over here. 5 pin back, so it'll be interesting to see.
Just pinned one back now,
They
the
just
young
pinned another one.
lady.
That'll be the 6th one, won't it?
Yes.
You know, I've been really impressed with these with this Landrace breed. I didn't know what to expect with only 51 head here today, and I was like, okay, let's see what's there. There'll probably be some really good ones at the top end, but you know, this whole set as a whole, what we've seen, Wayne, has been really, really competitive.
They pinned the young lady in the black sweater.
So she was the last one to come out of the gate too. So that'll be 7 of them now. Very consistent with what he did in the last class. So he's going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th here in that order. Young lady in the peach-looking shirt is going to be your 8th place. So 2 more placings after this one, then they'll excuse the other individuals out of the ring on this very, very deep last class of Landrace Barrows. Young lady in the blue will be 9th. And we have 1 more placing here, and I think it's going to go to the young lady in the light green. She will be 10th. We wish these other exhibitors the best of luck down the road, and we're very proud of each and every one of you. Then we'll move into our top 7 of this class, followed by the champion and reserve champion overall Landrace Barrow selection.
talk to? She okay?
Alrighty, here we're down to our top two here in this final class of Landrace Barrows. And here we go. Young lady in the orange is your first place, and young lady in the black is second. Let's hear from Mr. Polish.
Really nice barrel the young lady's going to win this class with. You talk about one that's elevated and opened up and three-dimensional in his look. He balances extremely well from the side. He's comfortable out here, and he's got some structure to go along with it. This is a really nice, logical place to start for both Brandon and I. The young lady that's going to be second out here wins just because she keeps moving herself up. This one stays comfortable the whole time he's out here. Fresh back when you get right on top of him. Just gets maybe a little flatter when you get right in behind him. As you get him out here on the side, he wants to be a nickel lower front and wants to be a little squishier on those front feet. But that one's a good balanced one that's fresh up high and very, very functional at the ground. The young lady's coming out here next in three. He's got one that's similar to that one we just talked about in second. Very functional. The front two-thirds of this one extremely good. She's packing a lot of power as he goes away from you. The longer he's out here, starts getting just a little harder from behind, wants to hit him ever so slightly, just a little harder, but we just like to go ahead, hinge him just a little looser as he goes away from you. But again, a fresh back one that's really good balance from the side that we like a lot of things about. The young man coming out here next, probably if he wouldn't have broke down on us, makes our top three. But here's one. I like the front two-thirds of this guy. I like his chest floor. I like his skull. I like that shape coming right out of his blade. He gets to being a little harder behind, wants to be a little shorter, steeper out of that rump. Hopefully, the young man's okay with that because it's a really, really nice barrel. Just unfortunately did some landrace things out here. The young lady that's coming out next has got one that's a really heavy-duty, heavy skeleton type of barrel. A lot of product in that guy. Wants to run downhill just a little bit and be just a little harder at the ground. And the young lady coming out next, again, one of those barrels. Maybe doesn't quite balance quite as well from the side, but we like the heavy-duty skeleton this guy's got. We just need to strengthen that top line in that guy. The rest of these barrels coming out, nice landrace barrels. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
There you have it. That concludes our final class of Landrace Barrows here today. Now we're going to go on to judge for the champion and reserve champion overall Landrace Market Barrow here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. And then we will take between a 30 and 45-minute lunch break, followed by the start of our crosses. We will judge the first two divisions of crosses today, followed by the last two divisions tomorrow, and then the overall Supreme Grand Drive. That will be held tomorrow.
So that concludes our second and final class of our Landrace show. We will now be naming the champion and reserve of the Landrace show. Again, the Landrace champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship. And the first, let's see here, the first scholarship that was given to a Landrace was in 2007 of $10,000, and the first recipient was Marilyn Stanley. So congratulations to Marilyn, the year that she won the first $10,000 scholarship for the Landrace Barrow breed. If you've just now joined us, at the conclusion of this landrace breed, naming the champion in reserve, we will be breaking for lunch. And after lunch, I suspect it'll be somewhere about 45 minutes, but you might check in with us in case we start a hair earlier. That we would be judging the Division I and Division II of the crossbreds after lunch. There will be 4 classes of each.
We're fixing to start our overall selection of our landrace Barrows here. But in the meantime, I want to go ahead and read off your top 2 exhibitors here. While they're actually, I guess I can read off top 10 real quick. Brooklyn Peoples was 10th. 9th place went to Addison Fomby. 8th place went to Callie Nickel, I guess, sorry. 7th place went to Chayton McCurley. 6th place was awarded to Ashlyn Peters. 5th place went to Denley Jones. 4th place was shown by Cash McCamey. 3rd place was awarded to Lindsay Lowry. 2nd place went to Timry Collier. And our class winner was Katie Cooper, and she also was the exhibitor of the Certified Texas Bred Class Champion. The breeder of that barrow was Wintex Farms. Congratulations to Will and Jay and family. Now we're on to our champion landrace drive. The winner of Class 85 was Landry Mabry, and the winner of Class 86 we just talked about was Kate Cooper.
Folks, go ahead and put your hands together for these 2 individuals out here. I think we got 2 outstanding landrace barrows, and they're both very similar. You talk about hogs to me that are elevated and sound and functional. Their spread and density is really, really good, but they give you that show pig look with good show barrow proportions. There's one out here I think just a little more opened up at the ground. He's got a little bit more spread. He's got a little more density all the way through, especially coming right out of his blade into that upper cage. This one's a big hip, big pin kind of barrow that gets around and floats, and we love that kind of balance this guy has from the side. Your young lady with the heavy barrow is going to be your champion landrace.
Congratulations to our heavyweight division, Kate Cooper. She is your supreme champion landrace barrow.
The young lady's second place barrow comes out. You talk about one that's sound and functional and just gets out here and cruises around. Gets a little squishy on his front end. He's not quite as elevated or as heavy bone up through that front foot and forearm as the one that wins the first class. It's a little closer decision out here. The one Brandon and I like the best, again, is the one that's got probably more show pig proportions. We like a lot of things about this young man's barrow here that won the first class. He's going to go ahead and be your reserve.
Congratulations to Landry Mabry. He's your reserve champion, Yorkshire landrace barrow. Now we're going to go on to crosses after our lunch break. Thanks for tuning in.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
All right, everybody. Those tuning in, we're fixing to get started here shortly. We made our first call of our Class 89, which is our first class of crossbreds. Class 89 consists of 34 head. The weight ranges are from 250 to 252. There's going to be a total of 8 classes sorted today. It'll be Division 1 and Division 2 crossbreds, followed by Division 3 and Division 4 tomorrow. Usually we pick our division champion and reserve champion of each division right before we go into the overall champion. But since we're doing Division 1 and Division 2 today and we're splitting them up, we're going to go ahead and judge our Division 1 and Division 2 winners at the conclusion of Class 96, which will be the 8th class of crosses. Kind of a little recap on how the day's gone so far. We started with our Chester breed, followed by our Yorkshires, and then we went into Landrays and Brook for lunch. So in our Chesters, our champion Chester Barrow was exhibited by Reese Huffaker, and the breeder of that, she was also the Texas bred, and the breeder of that was Beyer Farms. The reserve champion went to Cooper Homan, and that was a Wintex hog. It was the breeder. So both of those were Texas breds. Congratulations to those 2 exhibitors and breeders. Our Yorkshires breed champion went to Tatum Price, and our reserve breed champion to Briley Byers. So congratulations on those 2. That was your champion and reserve champion Yorkshire. And our champion Landrays went to Kate Cooper. And our reserve champion Landrays went to Landry Mabry. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. They will show tomorrow in the overall champion drive at the conclusion of the overall selection of the crossbred champion and reserve crossbred champion. Moving on to class number 89 here in about 5 minutes. Everybody's kind of getting set in place, and we'll kind of fill you in as it goes on. But what the guys have been doing most of the morning, they've been sorting them. I'm not sure who the lead judge for the crossbred is yet, but I'll get to you on that shortly. And once they select their 10 to 15, that's kind of been their range. What they picked, they pulled a few out of the big arena a couple times. 2 of them made the sale, and one of them was what we call the crying hole, so 1 out of the sale. And they'll usually pull 6 to 8 back for their top end of the class once they do their initial sort. They'll pull them all out one at a time of the ones they picked from the first sort and pull back 6 to 8 for the top end of the class. 10 of them will get placing rosettes. And in our cross division, 5 places per class will make the sale here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. 4 of them will walk the stage at the auction on Friday, but 5th and 6th will get a $1,500 check. And you can always do add-ons through the beginning of March if you want to add on to those individuals. I'm joined by my father, Wayne Rohde, and I'm just going to kind of tell him while he's kind of getting his stuff together. I did a recap on our breed and reserve breed champions, Wayne, of the breeds we showed before lunch. Kind of talked about we're judging 8 classes of crosses, and then we're going to select the Division 1 and Division 2 champions. So they're broken up four classes for the Division 1 and 4 classes for the Division 2. And then we'll be done for the day. And then all we have is Division 3 and Division 4 crosses tomorrow.
And actually what they're going to, the number ahead they're going to go through this afternoon is 262 total crosses for the first 2 divisions.
So we went through 331, I think, before lunch. So this should be a little bit shorter. 321, excuse me. Yeah, 321, not 331. So we're going to have, about 50.
By the end of the day, we have gone through, out of the 815 that have shown up, the judges will have gone through 583 total head.
Yeah, but going back, we did 321 this morning. It's not going to take as long this afternoon. I feel like we'll be done here about 4:30. I mean, just depending on how the guys are running. and how deep the quality is in the classes, which this is the crossbred, so I'm assuming it's going to be pretty deep. And I think, I'm not sure who's going to be judging it, but I'm pretty sure, is Brandon judging the, don't know?
Oh,
We're going to find that out for you, who the lead judge is on the crossbreds.
other crosses, do you know? I'm not sure. Well, I'm not either.
While we're waiting on that, wanted to go ahead and give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing this show to our homes, to our phones, to our work, wherever you're watching from, you get to see ringside. So want to give him a shout out and his crew. San Antonio is celebrating their 75th anniversary, so a big milestone for them, and it couldn't have been made possible without the vision of so many over the past 75 years to make this show so great. And it all starts with the backbone, and that is all the volunteers that help out with this show to make it so great, giving their time, their energy, their funding to these kids very selflessly. So we can't dock anything that they do, because they work so hard for these kids and do it on their own time, which is only theirs to give, and they never get it back, but they're giving it to something very special for these kids that they'll remember the rest of their lives. Found out Eric Polick was going to be judging the crosses. He'll be the lead judge today for the crossbreds, and Mr. Brandon Ogle will be the secondary judge. So these guys work really well together. They're very focused. Brandon, he's got that laser focus. He's excited to be out here with these kids. He's having fun working with these kids and sorting these livestock. And I'll tell you, when he gets up there, he's focused, and so is Eric. They both work very well together. They make decisions together. They're very uniformed in their decisions, and they have a really, really good pattern. So those of you who may be listening, who might be showing tomorrow, they want base width coming at you. That's the first thing, especially Brandon looks at when you first come out of the ring. How much base width you have? Are you out there? So that's something to keep in mind. You don't have to be the most extreme one out there, but you definitely want to have some good chest floor to you. And then he'll work his way back. So, like I said, we're happy to have you all and excited to be here, and hope you've enjoyed the ride so far, those of you who've been with us this whole time. But I think we're fixing to get started here shortly, so stay tuned and we'll keep you posted. Those of you just tuning in, welcome back. And those of you who've been listening since right before lunch or right after lunch, we're on class number 89 right now. It's the first class of crosses. Weight ranges from 250 to 252. We actually have 3 classes that are that way. 34 head in this class. So far, the guys have pinned back, looks like 8 or 9. There might be a few underneath us. And they are now moving out to the big ring here for a secondary evaluation of these ones. In the big ring, there is a total of 6 pigs, it looks like, in the big arena. 7, I apologize. As you can see the screen right now, look at those volunteers. I want to give a shout out to them. They make this show possible, and we can't do it without them, and we thank them and appreciate them for everything they do. You can kind of see it on the screen right now. The judges are going to the big arena. I'll see if I can get them to switch the screen over. All right, I'm looking. I think we have 9 pinned in the back that I can see, but it looks like the guys have pulled a young man's pig. Young man in maroon. He's going back to get classified and weighed to make sure that he fits those criteria. You can't weigh any more than 10 pounds on the upper side of what you turn your weight card in. And in this particular class, you can't weigh any less than 240. That's how the Packers want them. They cannot weigh any less than 240. So if you're under 240, you get sent on. You're disqualified. No different if you were over 10 pounds on the top end, you're disqualified. Had very few that have been sifted because of that reason, that it got pulled. But it does happen. We're all human. But I want to give a shout out to WW and Paul Scales, Mr. Bo Sanders, for dedicating his time here at San Antonio to make sure the scales are right around the barn and leveled out and zeroed out and consistent all the way around, and he does a wonderful job with that. So I want to give a shout out to him and thank you for all you do. I believe we had 10 now, and we're gonna have these young individuals exit the ring. Might take me a minute to get back on my game here. We had a nice brisket lunch, and let me tell you, it was really, really good. For those of you who are dreaming about how good it tasted that good. Should I be eating pork at a pork show, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to complain. First one coming out of the gate here. What the guys have consistently been doing, pulling each one of them out one at a time. And if they really like you, they're going to pin you back. Usually they'll pin between 6 and 8. 8 is the most they've pinned back in a class today. This first class of crosses is very, very deep. There's 11 total pinned back, it looks like here. And they really all look really good. If this is what is kind of forecasting to come, it's going to be a heck of a cross show here at San Antonio. Went ahead and pinned back the young man's blue butt here. Very good looking blue butt we have here today. So if he pins you back, for those of you just tuning in now, that means you're going to be in the top part of the class, meaning you have a chance to make a sale slot. Top 5 in the crosses make the sale here at San Antonio. And top 10 get a placing ribbon, or rosette, excuse me. They will only place 10 of you, so we've got, looks like 11 out here, so one of them will not get a placing hole, but no matter what, we're proud of them for making it this far in the very, very deep first class of crossbreds. They pinned back 2 so far. Little jack-o'-lantern pig just got pinned back. Halloween's not till October, but I've always liked showing those pigs. We're going to go and pin this young man in the pink back as well. So we have 2, for those of you who watched Wave 1, we have crosses in both waves. We showed the dark crosses, Wave 1, and we're showing what we call just the regular crossbreds or light crosses this wave. You can show a dark crossbred in the regular crosses or light crosses, but you can't show a light cross in the dark crossbreds. So that's why you see crosses of all different colors. In this one, you might be thinking, well, why is there some darker crossbreds out here when we had the dark one's the first wave? Well, you can show the dark crosses in the regular cross or light cross breed. They've got 4 pinned back now. They'll probably pin 1 or 2 more. Top 5 will make the sale. He's asking Dr. Griffin over here with Texas A&M. He's our button man, as I would say. He's been giving the guys the buttons to place, and they're trying to figure out which one will be in the 5th hole here. Judges have made that a very big deal, and I appreciate that because it's the difference between a kid making the sale and not making the sale. So they want to be very conscientious of that, and they've been doing that both waves and really work well together, and it's been fun to watch them do that. Young lady in the pink will be the 5th one pulled back. And I do believe Mr. Polish is going to go to the buttons, and he'll play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Then move back to his 5 that he pinned back for a top 5 spot. Young lady in the black and the kind of reddish scarf was 6th. Young lady in the black and the pink scarf is 7th. There's a lot of young ladies wearing black out here today. Young lady in the black without a scarf is 8th. Young lady in the black with the blue is 9th. So we had 4 girls in black in a row getting placed, and the maroon young man in the maroon shirt is 10th. Congratulations to those exhibitors. I'm going to give a shout out to the young man in blue who did not get a placing rosette, but congratulations on making it to this part in the hunt in a very, very deep class. Moving on to the top 5 placings here. These will be placed from 1 to 5th, or 1st to 5th. Little jack-o'-lantern pig coming out, trick or treat, here we go. Young man with the blue butt coming out next. Really cool looking blue butt here. I really like that blue butt. Young lady coming out here, doing a wonderful job setting up her pig for the guys here. They'll pull all 5 of them out and place from 5th down to 1st.
First call, class 90. First call, class 90. Crossbred barrows. Exhibitors bring those barrows to the holding pen. Be sure that you have your show card with you. And
You guys are setting these top 5 individuals here. All 5 of these pigs will make the sale. For those of you watching at home, wanting to know if you're if one of your kiddos out here has a sale slot, all 5 of these do. They're evaluating these together as a team, and that's what I love to see about this 2-judge system. They do it together as a team, and that's so important. Welcome back, Wayne.
Well, glad to be back. I had to step away for just a little bit. We got a lot of color out here for sure.
I told them, told the viewers who are listening, Halloween's not till October, but there is definitely a jack-o'-lantern out there today.
Well, no doubt that in those kind of pigs, the judge won't forget them.
Young lady in the pink was 5th. The blue bud is 4th. I really like that blue bud. He just maybe didn't have quite as much muscle as the other.
And
the
see,
other 4.
these colorful ones can do well too. Look at here. I mean,
I won our county with a colorful one year.
Absolutely. So did Clay.
Oh, that's very true.
Clay's my youngest son.
Okay, so we have 4th and 5th placed here. Down to 3. The young man at the blue bud had a really good side profile, just didn't have quite as much muscle composition in its rear compared to these other 3 out here, which I agree with. That jack-o'-lantern pig's got some stuff going on, man.
Oh, he's got a lot to him. Boy, he's really pulled apart. Got that extra presence around the ring, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
So it'll be interesting to see. He's a little bit, he's way different than the other 3 out here.
He's got some base with that, and sometimes that color kind of gives you a weird look to it, but,
I'm glad color doesn't matter to these guys. They use some of those solid black ones, too, in the dark crosses.
That darker colored Hamp cross appearing one, maybe not quite as full as the other 2 are, but still has a lot of good pieces to him. But that jack-o'-lantern pig, he's wide up front. They're all 3 very similar in kind, yet have a little bit of differences to it. I think that black hog out there is a little bit more fresher looking in his neck and head area.
Yeah, no, he's got a trendy look to him. When he relaxes his top, he really looks good.
Yeah, he's real.
But when he
you could
goes
lay
to
a
running,
level on top of that.
Yeah, when he goes to running a little bit, he roaches just a little. But boy, when he relaxed there, he looked like he looked even more true to what he was.
They're going to run these guys a little bit. I really like this jack-o'-lantern pig. I don't know if he's got enough to be the Reese's Pieces of the group, but still a very good hog. I mean, all 3 are really good.
Yeah, they're all, all 3 of these are good hogs, but they're all different. They're all
I think
different
two
kind.
of them kind of match up a little bit more. One's a little bit more unique in freshness and look on top. Maybe not quite as deep body, but the other 2 kind of match up a little bit more to me, in my opinion. Those of you watching. So he's going to put young lady 3rd.
Uh-huh.
Fixing the swine barn. Brooke Ranger, please come to the announcer's stand.
One is an outlier out here compared to those top 3. Jack-o'-lantern second. And the young man in the pink wins your class. He's the freshest looking one in the group.
Oh, boy, he looks the youngest, too, probably.
Yeah, he does. Let's hear from Mr. Polish.
Really nice top pair out here to go, and really a good class to start off these other crosses with. Young man's going to win this class. Has got a really nice barrow. You talk about one that's got presence and look from the side. Really like the shape of this guy's head and skull. And you get on top of this guy, he's big and he's rolled up in that back, and you get in behind him. That is impressive the way that one goes away. That is a wide pinned, just a powerful one as he goes away. He's opened up extremely well through the lower third of his body cavity. He's one that I'd like to see just a nickel more, just depth of heart start, depth the flank all the way through, but that's being real critical of a really nice barrel. The young man that's going to be second out here has got one. Again, you love that balance and design from the side. This guy hinges with a great hip and hock, and he has opened up through the lower third of his body cavity. He's just maybe not as stout featured up through that head and skull as the one we started with, but that's an awfully big backed, big hip kind of barrel who handles it extremely well. The young lady coming out here next in third's got one. I like the balance and proportions from the side. This guy's got spread and dimension up his back. You get in behind him, he's a thick-ended kind of barrel, but as you study this top three, he's the most closed up as he comes at you through his chest floor. He leaves you the same way, just a nickel shallower as he goes away, and just you'd like to flex him just a little bit better. The longer this drive goes on, he wants to start stabbing the ground off those rear two ever so slightly. The young man's blue barrel coming next is really a stout featured one. Here's one I love: the head shape and skull, the width of chest, the body and internal dimension this guy has. Huge back. Of our top four, though, he wants to be the most restricted behind. He needs to go better and just flex and drive and reach a little bit better off those rear two to talk about moving him on up. The young lady's got a really neat barrel here next coming out in five. Again, proportions extremely well. The spread and density this one has is extremely good. He gets out here and he just wants to be a little funky. He's just not wanting to get out and roll and be as comfortable as the rest of these when we get out here on the drive. The young lady's got a really nice barrel coming out here next. Very sound, functional, and hinges loose off either end. Doesn't wow you any place and probably gives up just a little too much in terms of just spread and shape up high, but there's a really good kind of barrel who's very comfortable and easy doing out here. The rest of these barrels, nice barrels in their own right, need to be stoutened up in their feature a little bit, maybe more attractive, a few of them, to go ahead and talk about moving them on up.
Well, that concludes the first class of crosses. Moving on to class number 90. There are 34 head in this class. And weight ranges are 250 to 252, just like the last class was. Excuse me. We'll get the placings here shortly and kind of read them out for you guys. And y'all can hear me mispronounce names and do my best. It's kind of entertaining. So I hope
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Okay, I've got your results from class number 89 here, top 10 individuals. Our 10th place went to Ryan Miller. 9th place to Tylee Green. 8th place was awarded to Whitney Drummond. 7th place was shown by Logan Lang. 6th place went to Micah Coombs. Hope I said that right, Micah. Congratulations. 5th place went to Whitley Pegas. 4th place was shown by Joseph Habarder. 3rd place was shown by Kelsey Tovar. 2nd place went to Kyler Neal. And our class winner was Riley Campbell. Our certified Texas bred class champion was shown by Micah Combs of Iowa Park FFA. And I hope I say this right. It's the chicken scratch here at Swertner Show Pigs out of Ballinger. I hope I said that right. If not, please correct me or text me and tell me how it's supposed to be said. It's hard to read this handwriting here. So I hope I said that right, and congratulations to our breeder. Thank you.
Looks like in class 90 we have 7 in the pen so far. And like 3 of them in the big arena. If you've just now joined us, we are in our 2nd class of the crossbreds. We're starting our 1st class of the Division I lightweight division. Weight ranges is the 2nd class that we have that we're in. It ranges from 250 to 252. In fact, the first 3 classes are broken that way. So class 89 that we just had completed was the same, 250 to 252. And at first, like I said, the first 3 classes are exactly the same weights and the same number of head. They're all 34 head.
So, and then to round out our Division Ones, which I guess we call our lightweight or ultra lightweight, whatever you want to call it, there are 4 total classes. So we have 2 more classes after this one. They pin back 9, is that right, Wayne? That I can see, maybe 10. And there's 4 out in the big arena right now for a secondary evaluation by the guys. And looks like they went ahead and pinned 1.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 10 so far.
10, and then
we got 4 out here.
This one maybe doesn't have quite as much fill as the other ones, but very big topped. But congratulations to that young lady for showing her way up. That's either going to make it 11 or 12. I don't know if there's any other ones below us here.
Looks like they've excused these 3.
Congratulations for them for all their hard work, and wish them the best of luck down the road.
And in this crossbred division, they are going to be placing 5 that will be in the auction. They're going to place 10 total, but 5 will make the auction. You know, Landon, in these crossbreds here, you know, they're not very big classes. At 34, you think in the crossbreds. However, you can tell the depth in this class because, you know, in these cross classes, because they're keeping quite a few. They've gone ahead and let the first 2 out. Now they're letting the 3rd one out. They've went ahead and placed
Pulled back.
pulled back the young lady with the black pig.
And they've already pulled back the young man, so that makes it 2. Young man in the purple.
Yeah, I suspected that black one was going to go back too. He's kind of in the makeup, just like the one he pulled a while ago.
Looks like we have 11 total that they pulled back in this class. 10 of them will get placing rosettes, and 1 will not get a placing for per se, but congratulations for them to work their way up into another very competitive class here. What I think Eric will do, he's really consistent about it. He'll pull back 5 here. Top 5 make the sale in the crosses here at San Antonio. 3 more to go through from the initial sort. Going to go ahead and pull that other young man out.
With his Hampshire appearing pig.
Now, would you not classify that? Could you not classify that as a Hampshire? Does it have the makings? It looks like it has the same markings.
He has the markings of it. I think it could be, though, too, that, conflicts maybe that could maybe come down for the Hampshire to run it. But, yeah, he could class, I think, the way he looks.
Like this
From
one,
here, anyway.
Like this one that just came out, yeah, she just got pinned back too. That's 5 pinned back now. Still 1 more to pull out here. This is the last one. This one came out of the big arena for a secondary evaluation earlier. I don't know if he's going to pin her back or not. Not as much fill, a little bit flatter sided in comparison to what they've been looking for in this class. Make sure you have plenty of depth of body in your hog. They love front end. Still a very fresh looking animal, but just, they're looking at it pretty hard right now.
Yeah.
They're going to pin her.
it. Yeah. Not as much fill as some of the ones he's pulled, but, they recognize the freshness this hog has.
It dang sure has freshness to it. So they're going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So unfortunately, one of these 6 that he pulled back will not make the sale, but these top 6 here are tight enough and close enough in kind. They want to look at 6 of them instead of just 5. Young man in the kind of the pink, darker pink, is going to be 7th. Other young man in the pink is 8th. Young lady in the light red is 9th. And young lady in the darker red is 10th. Young man in the black, great job showing out here, buddy. We're proud of you. Even though you don't get a rosette, man, to be in the top 11 in this very deep class is nothing to shake a stick at, as I say. Phenomenal job. Now we're going to pull these top 6 individuals out here, and the second class of the day being class number 90. Started with 34, now we're down to 6. Guys are looking at these, studying these top 6 here in this second class of crosses. They're going to place them from 6th down to 1st. Young man in the white and black dotted shirt is going to be 6th. Young lady in the light teal that came out of the big arena is going to have a sales slot like we talk about. Sometimes that'll happen, and that's awesome. Congratulations to her for showing her way up.
Yeah, that's hard work on her part.
Young lady in the kind of grayish blue is going to be 4th, and now we're down to 3 here. He took some time on his last class on those top 3 individuals. Be interesting to see what they do here for these top 3 individuals in class.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with these 3. Seems
These
like
are
the
more
2,
similar in kind.
They definitely are. For whatever reason, the
lady is
2
3rd.
black ones might look together, need to stay together.
And they did.
And they did.
Young man in the purple is your class winner. The other young man is 2nd, and the young lady's 3rd. Let's hear from Eric.
Kind of a more challenging class to put together out here, and I don't think there's one that really rises to the top real easy, but the one we landed on is the young man's white, predominantly white calico out here, and there's one that just kind of wins it for us based on just soundness and mobility and the length of stride this guy has. You get on top of this guy, he is very dense, and that is a big wide back, and you get in behind him, he just kind of excels everything else in terms of pin set and spread and dimension and power as he goes away from you. There's a lot going on there as that guy goes away from you. That is a big caboose, and he handles it extremely well. Stout skull, opened up, but just a good kind of barrel that does a lot of things right. Young man's going to be 2nd out here. Man, from the blade back, this one is exceptional. We love just the balance and design and show barrel proportions this one has. Length of hip on this guy's really good. He opens up really well through the lower portion of his body cavity. Where this guy gets, it falls into 2nd, he gets a little too jammed up front. He gets a little too shorter necked and deeper neck. If we can put the same head and neck set like we found in the young man's white one on this one, it becomes a lot closer in our mind. Front 2/3 of this one coming out here next is really good. Big chested, big bladed kind of barrel. When we get in behind this guy in his rear third is where we need to change him. Wants to pinch in that loin ever so slightly. Doesn't quite handle those rear 2 as well as the top 2 barrows in this class did. The young lady coming out next has got just a creature in terms of width of chest and rib and dimension. Big rolled up back, and he's got a lot of power as he goes away from you. He wants to funnel a little bit in terms of a bone at the ground. We'd like to stouten him up off of either end to go ahead and get him any higher. The unique one here is the young ladies coming out next. You talk about elevation and extension, design from the side. He gives up too much in terms of center body and rib and just overall mass and power compared to those top barrows. The young man's calico coming out next, just a massive one, and one you like from the blade back. He wants to run downhill ever so slightly, get a little squishy up on those front pasterns, but a nice barrel that's got a lot of substance to him. Young man's black barrow there, again, one of those barrows you gotta appreciate when you get right on top of him. He doesn't maybe have all the bells and whistles these other ones did. Nice class of barrows. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
So we're into class number 91, our third class of Division I of the crossbreds. We'll have one more class to finish up Division I of these other crossbreds. Class 91 is also another 250 to 252 weight range with 34 head.
All right, we've moved on to class number 91 here. There are 34 head, and this class is also 250 to 252 on weight ranges. I've got the results from class number 90, top 10 exhibitors. I'm going to go ahead and read that kid who got 11th. He didn't get a rosette, but he did a wonderful job showing. Bryson Cogburn was 11th. He did not get a rosette, but man, he showed his butt off. So I got to give him a shout out there. 10th place went to Kelsey Randall. 9th place went to Nance McMorris. 8th place was shown by, let me see, sorry, my phone went away. 8th place went to Dawson Ship. 7th place was shown by Ty Breimer. 6th place went to Cinch Hansen. 5th place was shown by Kirkland Fulton. 4th place was exhibited by Madison Pelzel. 3rd place went to Sage Koger. 2nd place was awarded to John Udley. And our class number 90 crossbred Barra class winner was awarded to Braxton Mickey. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Our certified Texas bred registered class champion was shown by Sage Koger of Lampasas FFA. And the breeder of that hog was Hobson Show Pigs of Lampasas as well. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Moving on to class 91, the initial sort. They've got 4 pinned back that I can see here, maybe 1 or 2 below me, and 1 out in the big arena so far. And they've probably just now gone through about maybe a third, maybe a little less than that of this class so far.
Yeah, this Barrow show here is one of the toughest around. What makes it so tough is just the amount of placings and the monies that are raised here for the kids that does make the sale. There's 346 lots that will go across that will earn sale slots here at San Antonio. Not all of them will go across the stage. Only the 1st through 4th place will go across the stage. If you place 5th or 6th, then you will receive $1,500. And, of course, the 5th and 6th, along with any that were eligible for the sale, those placings, along with the top 4 placings, are also eligible for add-ons, and those can be done online during the sale or at the sale if you're present, or they can be given to those exhibitors that made the sale up through the end of the day on March the 1st of this year. So anyway, that's some additional information that you would like to know about. The other thing is this Barrows show, what makes it so tough too is out of all the species, it is the second largest sale amount that is done here at San Antonio. Last year it earned over $2,038,465 in auction monies to these young people. The highest species auction amount was the steer show, and it brought in $2.5 million in total revenue. In fact, it was $2,541,635. So just unbelievable on what just those 2 species alone, brings in over $4.5 million worth of revenue out of a $6.7 million sale of all species. So it's quite a bit, and that that's not even counting the scholarships that are given. Here at San Antonio, each breed champion gets a $10,000 scholarship, as will the crossbred tomorrow. And you figure 10 breeds, that's $100,000 just in scholarships before they even go to auction. So quite a bit that's a great accomplishment on San Antonio in seeing the foresight of how important scholarships were and how it all came together. In fact, the first scholarship ever given here when they started the $10,000 breed scholarships, that started in 2007, where the first scholarship ever given was to the grand champion in 1997. As they went along, it was 2007 when they started. The first crossbred scholarship that was given in 2007, the recipient was Miles Delm. And Miles is now grown up and married and has a little one, and so great family.
Absolutely.
Rory was a heck of a breeder, still raising some here now, and just a wonderful family. But congratulations for winning that first scholarship.
Looks like, Wayne, here in this class, they're about done with the initial sort here. We've got 1 or 2 more to go through. I think 1 more to come out of the gate here. There are only 2 in the big arena. I can see a total of 9 to 10. I know 9 are pinned. There might be 1 or 2 below us here, but there's not many in the big arena.
No, not yet.
Okay, so you just pinned this young man's just now.
No, that's the last. The black one's the last one, huh?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
and it's going on to greener
It's going on
pastures.
yeah. Oh, good.
Those of you who don't know, if Mr. Polick points straight ahead, you get pinned. If it goes on to Mr. Ogle, if he points straight ahead, it'll go to the big arena. If he points to the right, the exhibitor goes back to their pen without their pig. This is a terminal show. You do not get to take your pig back with you home, but there are other shows they can show at if they have other animals.
At home.
At home, yep.
The only species that you're allowed to take home are the steers.
I think we have 11 pinned, Wayne.
So it'd be interesting.
I didn't recognize this. There's one guy's in a cowboy hat over here. That might be the first time I've ever seen a young man wearing a cowboy hat in the show pig ring. I mean, I know we are in Texas, but that's definitely a first for me. That's kind of funny.
Well, he definitely will stand
He's
out.
cowboy. Hope he doesn't try to ride the pig out of the gate there.
No.
They've got 11 pulled back now. I just counted just to make sure, and that young man was the last one to come out of the chute. So he is the 11th one. He's going to go and pin the young lady back. And the other young lady, I believe, is going on. So wish her the best of luck down the road, young lady in the pink.
Folks, let's give this young lady a good round of applause for her efforts today with the crossbred barrel.
Now we're moving on. For those of you just now joining, we're going to take the pigs out one at a time in these holding pens. If they really like you, they're going to pin you back, and you'll be at the top part of the class. They've been pinning 5. Last class they did 6 because it was a deeper class. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here. I know for a fact they'll pin 5, maybe 6. If it's super deep, you never know. There might be more. This will be the 4th individual coming out right here, young man. Really looking at that young man's dark hog pretty hard. Gonna go ahead and take a break and pull another one out. Not many blue butts here. There's one of the outliers. Gonna go and pin the young man with the black hog. They kept coming back to. Eric was really looking at that pig hard. It's almost like he wanted to pull the trigger, but he wasn't too sure just yet. He wanted to maybe pull a couple more out. But he is the first one pinned back, though. We're about halfway through. Young lady in the red just got pinned back. Should be the second one. Young lady in the blue's pinned back now. She'll be the third one pinned back. Still have... I think 4 more to go through. Young lady in the white coming out now. Doing a good job getting her head, pig's head up and moving. The judges here. Going to go ahead and pin her back.
You know, those solid black ones have been something. They like them. You saw that in the dark cross class, too. A lot of dark, solid black ones were being pulled. And placed.
Cowboy's out there. I thought he was going to ride him, but I guess he's going to show him. So he's doing a good job out there. That's all the pigs coming out of the holding pens now. They have 4 pinned back. 5 will make the sale. I'm curious to see what they do here. Now, I know they're definitely going to grab one more here. Is it going to be the all black hog? Yep. All black hog's going back. So that makes it 6 then. That he's pulled back. So they're going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here. Young lady in the black will be 7th. Young man in the brown paisley will be 8th. We have 2 more placing ribbons to give out. Oh, Cowboy's going to be 9th. Yeehaw, buddy. Good job. Good. And the young man in the purple will be 10th. And we're going to send everybody else out on their way and wish them the best of luck.
Folks, put your hands together for those viewers remaining in the ring in your efforts today. This is defending the class across Red Barrows.
They've let the first one out here. This is the final sword of Class 91. The second one's out. And we're looking at the top 6 now, placing 6 through the class winner.
Yes, sir. 5 of them make the sale, and so we're going to have one that doesn't make it here. But obviously another deep set here. Felt like they needed to pull 6 out here to make sure they got it right here for these kiddos. Give each one a fair and honest shake here. Talking about each one of these pigs as they come out together.
As we've seen throughout both waves, they really they work really well together. They confer with each other where make sure they're on the same page when they're sorting these last 6 and they're seeing the same things. Looks like they've already had conferred, which they did, and now they're ready to start placing.
Young lady in the gray will be 6th place. Now they're moving on to.
One in the flowery was 5th, I believe. Huh?
Okay, so she made a sales slot then.
Yes. Congratulations to her making the top 5.
Absolutely. So now we're down to our top 4 here.
And look, we got 2 pretty much all black ones in there. The one has 2 little white stockings, but pretty much all black.
Yes, and 2 of them.
I always liked the black pigs. I thought they really, when you shine them up, they really stand out.
They do. I just always thought they looked a little bit shorter bodied. I mean, a little bit more moderate in frame size. I mean, just that look. I remember having one that had a little bit of white on it.
Mm-hmm.
And you always wanted me to show that side because it had a little bit more, looked like it was a little more pulled apart.
Well, and I think at that time, sometimes they were a little longer bodied, how they picked them, and now it seems like they're more middle of the road.
Yeah, they're more moderate in frame size here. All 4 of these have more depth of body compared to the last class we just watched.
Yeah.
There was one in there that didn't have quite as much fill to it. None of these top 4 here. This is class number 91 for those of you just tuning in. This is our third class.
You know, all 4 of these really got good neck and heads, how they tie into those shoulders.
Absolutely.
All really mobile. Little difference a little bit in depth. Not a lot, but a little bit.
You know, once he gets to these top 3 to 4, Wayne, they really take their time. And not that they haven't done that all day, but just really studying these animals. Young man is going to be 4th. So we have red, white, and blue. If you want a little patriotism now, we got red, white, and blue out here right now.
And it's all girl power.
I was talking about Halloween in the first class. Now I'm talking about 4th of July here.
I bet the girl.
That doesn't happen every day.
I bet the girl wins.
In the red, white, or blue, though?
I don't know.
That's the question.
I just said the girl's going to win.
I'm going to say the girl with the cross in class 91 is going to win this class. I'll bet the farm on it.
I bet you would.
I wish I could stand over there and listen to those guys. Be a fly on the wall listening to them talk and evaluate. Y'all can't see it in the screen here, but those judges are sitting there talking back and forth on these hogs, these top 3, and it looks like Mr. Pollock has made his decision. Obviously, the girl in the red is going to be 3rd. I know he wasn't going to go with the girl in the white because he kept wanting to walk past her. All right, now's the tricky part.
Looks
He's been
like-
liking these black hogs though, or these dark
Yeah.
hogs.
The looks like the Hampshire more is a little wider chested coming at you, so be interested if he's going to take.
I don't
the
know if I'd
extreme
call him a
premium.
Hampshire. I think he
Well,
class
he's a
out.
Hampshire looking belted hog, I guess.
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't class as a hamp, but he is belted.
If he
But
classes
he's-
a hamp, we really got
No.
lax on our breed characteristics, right?
Yeah, yeah. But no, it'd be interesting, and the others want more extended through his front end. The black hog, I think, a little more extension between the legs, maybe. Looks like we'll use
Young
that
lady
pretty
in the
one.
white is going to be first, and young lady in the blue will be second. Congratulations. Let's hear it from Mr. Polek over here.
Well, definitely one of these classes that's a little more challenging to put together, and then there wasn't an easy decision in here, no doubt. The one we settled on was the young lady's black one. He wins this just based on center body and fill and freshness of back. You get on top of him. The top 2/3 of this one is really good. He opens up really well through the front or a center portion of his rib cage. He handles his hind two really well. He gets out here and he's got some semblance of balance and looks like a show pig on the drive. He needs a bigger foot, and that's where we change him. But that's a really good show pig that's fresh and youthful and taken care of. The young lady's got a really nice one here in second. You talk about one that's a bigger footed, heavier structured barrow than we use. You got to like that one's extension he has up through his front end. Big, square, shapely back on that guy. Where he just kind of falls apart for us is when he goes behind, he wants to be up on those toes a little bit. He just doesn't have that really good hind leg and heel working in him like some of these other ones do. Wants to maybe be just a little longer, kind of throws his balance off, but that's a really good one to go in second. The young lady coming out here next in third is one you love, the top side of the skeleton. You study this guy from his blade back. He is extremely big. He's rolled up. He's got a big pin set. Of our top three, he's the one that closes the most off the ground off either end. If we could just crack that guy open as he comes at you, crack him open as he goes away from us, we can certainly move him on up. Nice barrow the young man's got here in four. Sound, functional, does a lot of things right. Doesn't have the ESTs, doesn't check all the boxes in terms of just stoutness and feature, but that's a big backed one that's fresh, and the young man does a nice job driving it. Young lady's black barrow here coming out next. One of those short backed, real sound, functional ones. You got to like this guy's feature and just the bone and high capacity this guy has. Here's one for us that he gets jammed up off either end, little shorter fronted. Of our top ones out here, he was the shortest in his hip. The young lady coming out here next, again, one of the ones that's big, three-dimensional, opened up, real stout skulled, big hip kind of barrow. Doesn't balance quite as well from the side as some of these other ones. The young lady's barrow coming out next, really nice barrow from a design standpoint, sound and functional, but one of those that closes up a little too much off either end. He needs more bone and foot size and feature to match how much power he has up high. The rest of these barrows coming out, nice barrows in their own right. Let's give these kids a nice big hand. Good job, buddy.
Well, that concludes Class 91. Moving on to Class number 92 now. This will be the last of our Division I crosses before we move into the four classes of the Division II crosses. Here in Class number 92 that we're going to be doing the sort on right now, or for those of you who just tuned in, there will be 33 head in this class, and weight ranges on these cross barrows will be from 253 to 258. Hope you guys have had fun this so far with us today and the past sort. Wave 1, we had Mr. Brandon Anderson here with us and had a really good time. Wish he could be here today with us, but I know he's got a big job and he's got a lot of work to do. So we're thinking about you, Brandon. Wish you were here, buddy. Going on to Class number 92 here. For those of you just tuning in, they're going to go see Eric Pollitt first. And Mr. Polish is going to take this hog and evaluate this hog. If he points straight ahead, means he's going to keep that animal back just like he did there. So that one's going to get pinned for a chance at a top 10 placing. If he points to the right, it will go on to our secondary judge in this cross class. Mr. Brandon Ogle, and if he points to the right, it will go to the young individual will go to its pin. If he points straight ahead, it'll go to the big arena. Kind of explain that for us, Wayne.
So when they get in the big arena there, most important thing is to kind of rest your pig till they get through evaluating all the pigs that come through the initial sift. And once they come back out into the big ring, it's your second opportunity to hopefully get pinned. So as soon as the judges come out into that big arena, you want to be ready to go. So kind of keep an eye, but let your pig rest. But once they come out into the big arena to have 1 second look at your animals, you want to try to get picked. And then if you get picked, of course, with these crossbreds here, now that this is the other crossbreds, the classifiers are without a job. There are no classifiers for this. They go straight to the scale. And you got to weigh within 10 pounds of what you turned your weight card in. The only exception to that rule would be is if you're under 240 when you go across the scale, then you are disqualified. Otherwise, you could be, 15 pounds under, you could weigh 280 and weigh 270 and be 15 under from that 285 mark and still be fine. It's just that weight has to be at least 240 by the rules here at San Antonio. That has to do a lot with our packers and stuff.
So I've got the placings for class number 91 here. I'm going to read you your top 10 along with your Texas bred. In 10th place, we had Zachary Mueller. 9th place went to Kyle Pipple. 8th place went to Trip Runnels. 7th place was shown by Bailey Groby. 6th place went to Emma Von Berg. 5th place was awarded to Jenna Herzinger. 4th place was shown by Cash Boyd. 3rd place was awarded to Lena Barkey. 2nd place went to Paisley Fulton. And our class winner of class number 91 from Fredericksburg FFA, Miss Landry Ottmers. Congratulations. And our Texas bred was also shown by Landry Ottmers, and the breeder was Lintner Show Pigs. Please give us a big congratulations to them and their breeding stock and what they've kind of done for our Texas industry. And we appreciate them and everybody else involved.
Yeah, great, hardworking young lady. Know her and her family, and also Lintner Feeds for doing a fine job on their breeding program as well. And also the Lintner family making some good feed as well. If you just now joined us, we are on class 92. This is our final class of our Division I lightweight other crosses. The weight ranges are from 253 to 258, and we have 33 head in this class. Looks like so far we've got 6 pigs in the pen and 5 out in the big ring at this time. One thing I had visited with them on the scholarships a little bit is, you have an opportunity to win $10,000 scholarship if you win the breed here, but you can win additional scholarship money here at San Antonio in the competitive events. In fact, you can win up to $20,000 in those type of events. This would be any type of species showing or any like ag mechanics or junior skills or any of those type of other contests that they have that they offer those scholarships in. But then it doesn't take away if when you become a senior and you apply for this San Antonio scholarship, you can apply for that and could get additional monies in scholarship as well. So they've really worked hard throughout the years on these scholarships to really further the education of our young people. Looks like we've got 8 in the pen arena so far. I think we're down to the last 4 for evaluation the way it looks. Out in the big ring, we've got, looks like 7 out in the big arena at this time. What I can see is we've got 11 in the pen at this time. And we've got 7 out in the big ring. Right now they're conferring, seeing if there's something out in this big ring. This is where you really want to, if you're in this big ring, to get out there and show them. But wait and get them rested till they are finished with the initial sift.
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors.
They've decided they've got enough pen and reviewed the quality, discussed it, and all these kids, let's give them a round of applause here, and they have been receiving that from all of our audience out in the stands, and they've worked equally just as hard. And even to get this far is quite the accomplishment here at San Antonio. It's just, like I said, it's just such a tough show. There's only 346 sales slots here in San Antonio. Here our first one comes out in class 92. Our second one. This is our final class of the Division One of our lightweight crossbreds. They're going to do our second sort, which they had around, I think 11 or 12, I think 12 that they've held back. They've put one back so far, the young man in the blue plaid. Again, they'll be going through all of the ones that they've penned and probably sort back anywhere from 6 to 7 head, and then place them from that point back to toward 10th place. All 10th placings will receive a nice rosette. Only the top 5 will have a sale slot. They've got 2 in the class that they've now put back. Young man in the kind of the reddish paisley colored with a black pig. Like we discussed, the judges do like the black pigs. Sometimes as a breeder, it was sometimes hard to sell those black ones to some customers. And, you know, I always kind of like those black ones as well. I said, you know, it shouldn't matter what color they are. You don't eat color. So I'm glad to see these guys are looking at the overall view of the pig and not at the color. Got 3 so far. Young lady with a spotted barrow got pulled back. So far we got 3. And we just have 1 to release, and he's just now released it. So now all the pigs have been, once he evaluates this one here, the one in the royal blue shirt, then they have evaluated all 12 of these pigs so far. And they pulled this one, so now we've got 5 pulled at this time. Actually, I guess we had 13 total that they went through here. So it looks like they're going to go ahead and start placing from 6 down to 10th place. They're just going to keep the top 5 to reevaluate. Probably saw what it looks like if he's doing it that way. He's seeing some really good pigs in this drive, just maybe a few more what we refer to as pieces, or that it checks a good percentage of the boxes, but maybe not all the boxes that they're totally looking for to bring them back for a second full evaluation or a third full evaluation. We've got the 7th. Now I think we got the 8th place now. I think we've got everything placed through 10th place now. They're going to excuse the rest, the last 3 there. They've done a great job as well and worked really hard to make the top 13. And as competitive of the show as this is at San Antonio, still a great accomplishment. And I hope they have more pigs to go on to the next show, which should be the Houston Livestock Show if it's a state show they're going to. Here's the first 2 out. They're going to go ahead and let all 5 of these out one at a time.
So he just kept back 5 this time then, Wayne, huh?
Yeah, I was telling our listeners, I think that they found some really good pigs, but didn't saw maybe more pieces maybe in this particular class, and felt like the top 5 had the most box that checked in their in the positives that they were looking for.
You know, that's kind of what Eric was saying on the microphone in the past 2 classes, that it's been a little more challenging to put them together top to bottom. So there's a lot of good pieces, maybe just not the ideal perfect hog. And I think a lot of that has to do with these hogs are still kind of green. They're growing into their bodies. You give these pigs another 20 pounds, I'd be interested to see kind of what they look like.
Yeah, you know, we've gone through, this will be our 4th class. Bless you.
That's all that dust
Some of
in
that
there.
sawdust. But anyway, you know, this is our 4th class, and the heaviest one in here is 258. So
Yeah,
the first 4 classes, we hadn't even hit 260 yet.
You know,
we're going to 300.
We were telling Mike Schneider the other day on the way home, you know, 258 was almost going, when I was showing, 258 was your medium to light heavyweight range, because 270 was as big as you could go, or I think 275, and we could weigh 280 to 285 after way back. So these are what we would consider middleweights back when I was showing. It's amazing how they've all changed a little bit, and how the packers have changed how they want them. Young Man and the Gray will be 5th, looks like. Young Man and the Paisley will be 4th. Young Lady with the kind of Jacqueline pig in the yellow will be 3rd. And now we're down to 2. I'm curious to see, Wayne, if they're going to drive these a little longer. And I think they will.
2 little different type. You got a super pretty one and a really bold one.
What happened to that white face one? Oh.
Gotta
Young
go
Lady
with
in
the
the
pretty
blue.
one.
Yep,
Yes.
yep. And
Really.
that's kind of what they've been doing all day, it seems like.
Really good from behind. Got a really square rump, really square down to the ground.
Another interesting class to sort through here, and I think the most logical place to start is with the young ladies belted cross out there. And that one, you know, these top 2 have some semblance of balance. They're good designed hogs. They're hogs that are extended out in every direction. And then the young ladies belted one just kind of overwhelms the young ladies blue in terms of width and spread and shape up high. Then you study him at the ground. He's the bigger footed, heavier structured one, and we like the length of hip and length of stride this one has. Stouter skull. He's just more to him in our class winner than the one in second. The one in second gives you such a good look from the side. Balance and sound and functional. He doesn't blow you away in terms of power and feature, but there's one that's opened up. He's square, he's sound, and just got no major holes, no major problems. Young Ladies Calico Barrow coming out next is one that's a little piecier. He's got some very, very unique pieces in terms of width of chest and spread and density up high. Love the front 2/3 of this guy. If we could change the rear third, lengthen his hip out, give him a little bit more length of stride, and make him better off those rear 2, we can certainly move him on up. Likewise with the Young Man's Black Barrow. Front 2/3 really, really nice in terms of spread and freshness and center body and cage. Another one of those barrows just gets too short-hipped, gets to stabbing the ground a little bit too hard, and we need to drop a little flank into that guy. Same story with this one. This guy's big-footed, heavy-boned. You like his stoutness of skull. You like his freshness of back. He needs to be better proportioned. He needs to be better from the side to go ahead and get him any higher. The young lady coming out here next has got one that's really a stout-featured 3-dimensional one. You like his chest. You like his internal dimension. He doesn't get off those rear 2 quite as well. He wants to just not flex that pastern as he goes to the ground good enough to get him any higher. Nice class of barrows. Let's give these kids a nice big hand.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
If you just now joined us, we've started the second division of our other crossbreds. We have 34 head in this class, and the weight ranges from 259 to 263. We're doing an initial first sort here. Mr. Eric Polish is doing the first evaluation, and our associate judge, Brandon Ogle, is in the ring next to him, and he gives them a second look and makes a determination if they will go in the big arena or on where the kid can go back to his pen.
So I've got the placings from class number 92. That was the heaviest, I guess you would say, of the light classes of those 4 classes. Class number 92, in 10th place we had Berkeley Luter. I apologize, Berkeley. 9th place went to Cannon Buckner. 8th place was awarded to Kaysen Tanner. 7th place was shown by Katie Littlejohn. 6th place went to Addison Cook. 5th place was shown by Raiden Farrow. 4th place went to Colt Smith. 3rd place was shown by Cadence Butler. 2nd place was handed to Rainey Shashir. I hope I said that right, Rainey. Congratulations. Of Dumas FFA. And our class winner went to Brinley Magby. Congratulations. And the certified Texas bred was also shown by Brinley. And the breeder of that hog was Horsford Show Pigs. Congratulations to them. I think that's the 2nd Texas bred I've heard of today from them. So keep up the good work, and keep getting these pigs, really get these kids competitive livestock. Like Dad was saying, we're on the first class of the Division II crossbreds. They've got 2 pinned back so far that I can see here, and they still have a pretty good amount to still go through yet. So we'll keep you posted as we go on. Thanks for tuning in. I want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew for giving us a front row seat to watching these exhibitors here. Whether you're on your phone, tablet, home, work, wherever you are, thanks for supporting these kids and watching this podcast here at the San Antonio Market Barrows Show. It's the 75th annual Stock Show and Rodeo here. So I want to give San Antonio Livestock Show a big congratulations on this big milestone we have here. Also want to give a shout out to all these volunteers, over 6,000 volunteers here, and they're the backbone, is what Brian Ferris and Morgan Thomas tell me, to what makes this show run, and I couldn't agree more. They dedicate their own time and efforts to these kids, missing work, leaving work without pay to be here for these kids. So if you run into some of these volunteers when you're down here, please give them a hug, high five, thank you, tell them how appreciated they are. They don't do this for that, but I think they are well deserving of it. So please keep that in mind when you come here, that a lot of these people are doing it on their own time, and we thank them for that. They pinned back 4 so far. They're about halfway through the initial first sort here. Mr. Polish is the lead judge, and Mr. Ogle is the secondary judge. Mr. Polish is in the white, and Mr. Ogle is in the white, polka-dotted, blue shirt and black tie. Stay tuned for more updates. I got an update on one of the names, and I do apologize, and I appreciate them reaching out to me. Second place went to Rayleigh Shacker. Hope I said that right. And Rayleigh, we're proud of you, and can't wait to see you out here on the drive later for Division I. Giving you guys an update, this is a pretty deep class here. I think we're really starting to turn up the heat. I think we have 14 pinned back so far, which is the largest number of pigs pulled back out of these crossbred classes today. There are seven pigs in the big arena. The guys are out here now looking to see if there's anything else they want to keep back. What a deep class this is here. Looks like they have everything they want out here. Like I said, this is a very deep class, so the fact these kids got to show again, we appreciate that, and appreciate the two judges coming out here and making sure that they had what they needed and giving these kids a second shot. We wish them nothing but the best at these future shows. Hopefully they're going on to Houston or Rodeo Austin to go show, or, you know, some of these shows have later county shows between the majors, and if they have that, we wish them the best of luck there as well. You know, Mr. Anderson and I and Dad were all talking first wave. You know, San Antonio is such a competitive show. We talked about any one of these top 15 exhibitors could take the same hog onto a lot of these county shows and be in the top end, if not win shows with these hogs. That's how deep a quality they have here at San Antonio. First two are out of the gate here from the initial first sort. He's going to go ahead and pin that young man back in the purple or lavender fairly quickly here. Really likes this hog. With this many hogs, Mr. Polish is telling everybody, like, hey, once I look at you, kind of stay on this side of the ring so these other kids have an opportunity to come out of the gate and not get jammed up with one of the pigs. You know, because when you show with this many pigs out here all at the same time, I call it controlled chaos. Everybody's doing their own thing and kind of weaving in and out of traffic. It's like driving on the interstate in Dallas or somewhere like that. And you hope for no train wrecks here. Really no fender benders. Worst thing that can happen is somebody might fall over or trip over you. But for the most part, it's controlled chaos, and these kids do a phenomenal job showing their animals and keeping them separate from each other. Back when I was showing, we had fights break out all the time, and they had to use sorting boards to separate them. I, knock on wood, have not seen one fight break out yet between the pigs. He's going to go and pin the young man in the blue, and the darker blue. That'll be the third one pinned back. Pinned a young man in the black shirt prior to that. They're about halfway through going through these pigs here. They're going to go and pin. It looks like the young lady. That'll be 4 pin back. 5 of these individuals will make the sale here at San Antonio. And we will place 10 here in class and excuse the other exhibitors back to their pens. This is a terminal show, so they do not get to take their animal back home with them. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, you know, the pig will stay here and go on to quote-unquote greener pastures, as I like to tell a lot of these little kids. Last class, they only pinned 5 back. This class, it'll be interesting to see if they do that. I know they said, I was talking about they have 14 that they kept back, which is the most they've kept back so far in this crossbreed here today. They'll definitely pin one more. I do know that for certain. Young lady in the gray will get pinned. She'll have a chance at the top 5 spots here. And young man in the blue, so they're going to pull 6. That way they make sure they get it right. And they're still kind of evaluating mine here, so I don't know if they're going to maybe pin one more potentially, or if they're going to start getting buttons. And I believe that that's what Mr. Polish is doing here. He's going to Dr. Griffin over here at Texas A&M University, who is dedicating some time over here to help these kids. We call him the button man today. So now that we have 6 pinned back, pardon me, he's going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here. Young man in the paisley shirt will be 7th. Young lady in the black is going to be 8th. She was just pinned and placed. The young man in the pink will be 9th, and we have one more place left, and that's going to go to the young man in the light blue shirt. Congratulations to them, and the other exhibitors will be excused. Wish them the best of luck, and we are very proud of each and every one of them. Those of you just tuning in, we're on class number 93. They pulled 6 back for their top 6 placings here. One of these individuals will not make the sale, but it shows you how deep these top 6 are, that they ended up pulling 6 instead of 5 to make sure that there wasn't something that needs to go up higher in the class. Mr. Polish is going for the buttons here, so we're going to start with 6th place. And that is going to go to the young lady in the gray. She will be 6th in class. Young man in the light blue will be 5th. So he will make the sale. So now we're down to our top 4, and all 4 of these will make the sale as well. Guys are really studying these hogs hard. I know you can't see them on the screen, but they're conferring with each other on these top 4 individuals here in the first class of Division II of the crosses. Those of you watching who watched Wave 1, we had the dark crosses, Wave 1. probably wondering why we're having another set of crossbreds, which we call the light crossbreds. You're able to show a dark hog in the light crossbreds, but you can't show a light hog in the dark crossbreds, if that makes sense. So that's why we have crosses of all different colors and shapes and sizes here. Young man in the blue will be 4th. Now we're down to our top 3 in class here.
Another black one, huh? In the top.
Well, there's still a little white on that hog. Young lady was 3rd.
Yeah, a little bit of stocking down low on the front legs.
A little belt on that right side, yeah. Now we're down to the young man in the black and the young man in the lavender. He pinned the young man in the lavender real quick early on, and same thing with these. These were the first 2 pigs pinned back, by the way, after he pulled all 14 that he pulled back in the initial sort. And they're going to rise to the top of the class as well. Looks like the young man in the black is going to be first, and the young man in the lavender will be second. Congratulations to those individuals. Let's hear from Mr. Polish.
Oh, we definitely cranked it up in here, and the young man that wins this class has got a pretty neat one out here. You talk about show barrel proportions, and from the side, this is what they need to look like. You study this one from the ground up, and he is busted open, and he beats the one in second from blade to knee to ground, and as he goes away from you, that guy's impressive. He is fresh. He is youthful. He's got a really good proportion and build all the way through. This guy's just a really neat one to go ahead and start with. Young man's got one we love from the blade back. You talk about one with depth of rib and capacity and internal mention. That's a big fresh back, and the pin set and just power that guy has as he goes away from you is exceptional. He hinges really loose and got a tremendous rear leg in him. We need to change this guy as he comes at you. He funnels in at his knee just ever so slightly. He's not as big a footed, and he's not as big ankled as the one we started with, but those are 2 really high quality, impressive barrows. The young lady that's going to be 3rd out here has got one. When he gets out and just gets going, you love his just density, the skull this guy has, the freshness and back shape this guy has. He proportions extremely well. Of our top 3, he has the least amount of rib, the least amount of cage. He gets a little drier there through the center portion of his body. We drop more center into that guy. We talk about moving him up into that top pair. The young man's going to come out next, got a real sound functional one, does a lot of good things. I mean, you talk about one that's up-headed, that's really sound, that's really functional at the ground. Got a really good hip and hind leg in him. He's maybe not as rolled up in his back, and of our top 4, probably just doesn't have as much feature right at the ground. We need to stouten him up, and that's where the young man's barrel coming out here is better. The front 2/3 of that guy is really, really good. Design and height of shoulder and just presence that one has is good. Where we get behind him, he wants to just hawk in ever so slightly. We need to crack him open as he goes away from you and just make him square to the ground as he gets off those rear 2. The young lady that's going to be next out here got a real sound functional one, just show barrel proportions, stout skulled, up-headed. He runs out of steam in terms of just feature and overall mass and density, but a really, really good barrow in his own right. Young man coming out next has got a big back, kind of powerfully constructed one. He too runs out of bone and foot size when we study him from the ground up. These next barrows coming out, really good barrows in their own right. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Thank you, Judge. Placing for Class 93 crossbred barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Mason Sawatsky, Seminole FFA. 9th place, Keith Woodson, Montgomery County 4A.
And that concludes class number 93. We're moving on to class number 94, the crossbred barrows here at San Antonio Market Barrow Show. There are 27 head in this class. Weight ranges are from 264 to 267. This is the second class of 4 for the Division II cross barrows. Total cross barrows shown today will be 262 and 232 tomorrow.
Third place, Haley Lane Walker, New Home, FFA. Second place, Aaron Bolton, New Home, FFA. And first place, Mason Riker Albus of Whiteface, FFA. And our Certified Texas Bred Wrestler Class Champion from Class 93 Cross that barrel is Drew Hubert Show Pigs of Riviera, and they can pick up their certified fancy free cash at our association table in the show ring.
Results from class number 93 here, the top 10 exhibitors. Tenth place went to Mason Sawatsky. Ninth place was awarded to Heath Woodson. Eighth place was shown by Talon Garduno. Seventh place was exhibited by Colton Booth. Sixth place went to Rylan Peacock. Or Peacheck. I hope it's Peacock. But if I said it wrong, Rylan, I'm sorry and congratulations. Fifth place was awarded to Brayden Blattner. Tyler O'Brien was fourth. Kaylee Walker was third. Second went to Kylan Fulton. And our class winner was Mason Albus of Whiteface FFA. The certified Texas bred registered class champion was exhibited by Tyler O'Brien. And the breeder of that hog was Drew Hubert Show Pigs. Congratulations to Drew Hubert Show Pigs on their class champion, Texas bred. Moving on, like I said, to class number 94. This is the second of 4 classes of Division II crosses. So we have 2 more classes after this one, followed by the Division I and Division II champion and reserve champion drive. These are just the first 2 divisions. We judge the other 2 tomorrow, which is Division III and Division IV. So we're going to be done after 2 more classes. So we have class 95 and 96 after we conclude class 94 here. Thanks for tuning in. Taylor Fort and his crew has done a phenomenal job, and want to wish the sponsors who are going across your screen a big thank you as well for making this possible. Whether you're at home, work, phone, tablet, car, wherever you are listening, we appreciate you supporting these kids and this stock show. Looks like they have one more pig coming out for the first initial sort here. I see 8 pinned back so far for a chance at a top 10 placing, and there are 4 total in the big arena so far. Uh-oh. An individual fall back down there. Doing a wonderful job over here, wiping themselves off. Young lady coming out here now. Guys are making their way to the big arena over here. Young lady who kind of had a little slip up there did a good job regaining her composure, wiping herself off, and she's out here in the big arena for a second evaluation here. Like I said, they have 8, so we need 2 more to complete a full class here. 8 in the big arena and 8 pinned up right here. Here comes Mr. Ogle and Mr. Eric Polish. Gonna go and pin one back. Young lady who tripped up there for a minute. I don't mean to call her out that way, but I'm just saying she did a wonderful job keeping her composure and driving her heart out, and it paid off, and now she's going to be a top 10 exhibitor potentially. We have 9, so we need 1 more pulled back here. Young man in the grayish blue will be pinned back here. There's several of them have kind of a gray, so I apologize. It's the one that's going in the gate right now. That makes it 10 total to this point. Not sure if they're going to pin one or 2 more back, but they have 10 now. So they have enough to make a class here. It'll be just interesting to see if they just stick with those 10 or maybe add 1 more, but I think they're going to keep those 10. All they're doing now is just waiting to make sure these pigs weigh within 10 pounds of their turned-in weight card. They turn all these weight cards in before the show even begins, the day before, under a certain deadline. So once you get into the barn, they give you a few hours from the time everybody's in the barn to kind of make sure your weight's right and everything, and they call for your weight cards, you turn that in, and that's how they break all these classes up, so they kind of know how many are in each class based on the number they have for different weights here. So if you wonder how the classes are broken up, it's by the weight cards. They're going to go and excuse these exhibitors from the show ring, give them a big round of applause, and wish them nothing but the best. Total of 10 crosses kept back here in class number 94, so we're going to place all 10 of these. Here we go. We've let 3 of them out so far. They're going to let them out one at a time. evaluate each one of them. And if Mr. Polish really likes you, he's going to send you back to your pen for a chance at the top spots here. Top placings. I keep saying spots, and I'm thinking, oh, no, we're not on the spot breed. We're on the crosses. So when I say top spots, I mean top placings. Going to go and pin this young man over here in the kind of a checkered shirt.
Yeah, on these crossbreds here, every one of the classes, if you're in the top 5, you make the sale.
That is correct. So half of these kids will make the sale here in this class. They only pulled back 10.
And all 10 will get a nice rosette.
That is correct. Yes, sir. Young man in the purple is getting pinned back here. Young lady in the red coming out right now, doing a good job driving that barrow. Man, that bear's got a big foot on him.
The one coming in?
The one, no, well, that one too, but the young lady in the red over here. Look at that. Look at the foot on that hog.
Oh, man. There's lots
Young lady in the black looks really good. He just kind of swings his rear a little bit. Maybe not as deep bodied as the rest of them in the class. Kind of sucked up in his flank. Young man here doing a really good job showing his barrow here. Really looking hard at this barrow. That's a really cool look. Yeah, he's going to get pinned. I had a feeling he looks kind of cool coming at you.
Yeah, he's got kind of that extra eye appeal to go along with that look.
Mm-hmm. And here comes the last one out here. So we have 3 pinned back so far. 5 will make the sale, so I think they're going to end up pulling just 5. Could be wrong.
I think you're right. I mean, this class is a little bit different, I think, when I do an overview of this class.
Mm-hmm.
There's some good pigs out there. They just got some good pieces to them. It's just a matter.
So let me tell you about
of line them
this
up.
girl in the pink that just got pinned. She fell down back behind us here in the initial sort and fell down.
Oh no!
Regained her composure, went to the big arena, and now she has a chance to make a sales slot. So
Isn't that
here's
a great
another good
story?
example. Oh yeah, and she never gave up, never let it get to her that she fell down, wasn't embarrassed, thought it was funny. Judge kind of helped her back up, and both the judges patted her on the back, say keep up the good work, and she's definitely done that. And now she's has a chance. They only have 4 pins, so 5 make the sale, so she has a chance. So now they have 5, Wayne. So that tells me right now all 5 of these individuals that are pinned back are going to make the sale here.
Yes, and he's going to play 6th through 10th.
Young man in the kind of khaki
With the blue bud, huh?
with the blue bud is going to be 6th. Young lady in the red and black will be 7th. Other young lady in red will be 8th. Leaving the young man in the kind of blue shirt and girl in the oranges peachy looking shirt. Young man will be 9th and the other young lady will be 10th. Now that we've judged 6th through 10th, we're going to pull out the top 5 individuals here and place them down from 5th to 1st place.
Here we go, the first one coming out of the box for our final 5.
This guy looks really good, kind of swings a little bit on its rear end as well, but still a well put together hog. Man has a good blue butt there, and it's like I said, this is the young lady that fell down a while ago. She did such a good job. I'm so proud of her. I don't know the kid, but I just know that she Did a
She
wonderful job.
persevered for sure here.
Yeah, she did, and she's got it going on right now. Young man coming out doing a good job, and same thing with the young lady here. The young lady's blue butt here, it looks really good. That just came out, just maybe not quite as deep bodied as the rest of the class.
Well, probably when you look at this class, it's probably has the least depth of body in the final 5 out here, but it's still a really nice hog with a beautiful top. You can see the depth of shape of that top in that blue butt.
And he's going to go and place her
Yeah.
5th, and I think that's the reason being for why they
just
did it.
not quite enough depth.
Yeah, look.
Look, the young
Look.
lady, she
Look,
did
and
it.
even Mr. Polish said, hey, you busted it, but look
Yeah.
what you did. You're in top 4.
She's
Good job.
proud. I can't blame her.
Yeah. She got herself a sail hole. Now we're down to our top 3 here. Now I think it's going to get a little bit more tricky on what they're going to do here. They're going to spend a little more time here.
They're conferring a little bit
As
here,
y'all can
too.
see in the screen, they're talking. Maybe y'all can hear it because I can't. I mean, we're on the other side of the barn. Don't know if there's a mic on that camera over there. Probably not.
No.
Probably best there's not a mic over there. Those of you just tuning in, we're on class number 94. Young man with the blue butt will be 3rd. Young man in the red will be 2nd. And the young man in purple, he will be your class winner. Congratulations to all these individuals here.
Nice barrel the young man's got out here to win this class. And, he kind of checks all the boxes in terms of just balance and design and skeletal width and that 3-dimensional look. This guy is extra stout featured all the way through. Love his head shape and skull. The spread that he's got up top is really good. You get in behind him, that's a big pin, wide-bodied one that has all kinds of power, but he's got look and function. It's just a nice, easy way to start. Young man's barrel that's going to be 2nd out here. Again, one of those you love the design of, and this guy is so sound and functional. Awesome rear leg in this one. Awesome width all the way through from forerib to flank. Here's one that when we get right on top of him, he doesn't have as much spread and density. He's not as pulled apart of this blade as the one we started with, but that's a really, really good kind of barrel to run in 3rd. The young man is going to be to run in 2nd. The young man is going to be 3rd out here. Again, one of those barrels that's opened up and square and really stout. Skull and body and center cage is really good on this one. Of our top 3, he wants to be the shortest strided and the most restricted off his rear too. I'd like to go ahead and loosen him up, make him a little more athletic out here to get him moved up into that top pair. The young lady coming out next is the one that has a really good, complete, just a functional kind of barrel. Doesn't have all the bells and whistles that some of these other ones do, but you like his spread, you like his hip, you like his center body, maybe gets a rib longer, but doesn't have quite as much just at the ground in terms of features these other ones do, but that's an awfully high quality kind of barrel. The young lady's got a real stout one here in 5th, and we love the front third of this guy. We love the chest and the bone and the forearm this guy has. We get out on the side, he doesn't balance up quite as well. He wants to be more tucked up in his flank. He just wants to be a little tighter spine. If we can drop some more center body in this guy and level him out, we can talk about moving him up. That's where the one coming out next is really, really good. Center cage, back shape. That is a lot of spread and density up high. That guy's opened up extremely well off either end. When he goes out here, he doesn't hinge as loose and use that hock like we'd like him to. We want him to flex and reach and drive better from behind to get him moved up. Likewise with the young lady's blue barrel next. Stout featured all the way around. We love how much spread and just raw power that guy has up high. He just needs to hit another gear and get going a little bit better. Really nice class. Let's give these kids a nice big hand.
That concludes class number 94. Moving on to class 95. 37 head in this class. This will be the biggest cross class of the day. And honestly, the biggest class of the day. 37 head. Weight ranges on this class go from 268 to 272. We have one more cross class after this, followed by the Division I selection and Division II selection of the champion and reserve champion divisions. 4 classes in each division shown today. So one more total class after this one. And then we're going to be finishing up. We'll bring you that class number 94 placings here shortly. Here are your top 10 placings from class number 94. 10th place went to Isabella Padilla, or Padilla. I think it's Padilla. 9th went to Mason Whitley. 8th place was exhibited by Rayleigh Lowak. 7th place went to Emma Coyle. 6th place went to Wesson Meadows. 5th place was awarded to Addison Job. 4th place was awarded to Peyton Ralston. 3rd place, Holton Hawkins. Mason Orem was our 2nd place winner, and our class winner was Jayton Madewell from Level Land FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. The Showpig.com Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion was exhibited by Peyton Ralston. And the breeder of that hog was Ralston Hog Farms from Dalhart. I'm assuming that's family hog farm that raised that, and a family that was showing that. So congratulations to that family on their Certified Texas Bred Class Champion and that breeder.
So we're on class 95. This will be the second to last class of our Division 2. We have one more class after this one. Class 95 has 37 head in it, and it weight ranges from 268 to 272. This is the largest class for today. Today in the crosses, by the time they evaluate our last class today of Division 2, they have looked through a total crossbred of 2 divisions of 262 pigs. From the start this morning, they having gone through the Chesters and Landrays, and once they complete the 2 divisions of crosses today, they have looked and evaluated 321 head. 583 head by the end of today. We had a total here at San Antonio that came on the grounds for our second wave. It was 815 total head. The first wave, we had 1,680. So the combined amount of Barrows that showed up for the 2024 75th Annual Livestock Show here at San Antonio was 2,495 head, just 5 shy of 2,500. So really a nice set of Barrows and a nice amount that came here to San Antonio. Looks like so far we have, that we can see, we have 4 pinned. And then out in the big arena, we also have, we have 5 head out in the big arena. Again, we've got 37 head in Class 95. And the weight ranges is from 268 to 272. Young man's black belted one just got pulled. He's going to get weighed. Of course, in our other crosses, the classifiers are on strike. They are not needed for this last breed that we have here at San Antonio. It's just weighing. Of course, the crossbreds here will get the breed champion tomorrow when they get we finalize the last 2 divisions. Then when we get them all together and compete for the division champions to do the overall champion cross of the other crosses and reserve overall cross, the champion of that particular breed will win $10,000. They have, San Antonio here has worked really hard on their scholarships. They first scholarships they gave in the pig show was $6,000, and it was only to the grand champion. That continued, and through hard work of getting additional contributors and having the foresight here, they were able to raise enough money to issue scholarships starting in 2007 to the Barrows Show. And the first recipient of the crossbred $10,000 scholarship was Miles Delm. Miles, congratulations for having that milestone back in 2007. He is now married and has a little one. And of course, the Delm family has raised some really good hogs throughout the years and always was hardworking and did an outstanding job. Looks like we have 9 pens so far. Of course, in the crossbreds, we have 5 sale slot placings. The first 5 will make the sale. But we have 10 placing animals. They'll place down through 10th place, and all 10 placings will get a nice rosette. Out in the big arena, we have a total of 8 head out there. So they still have a possibility. We've seen, just as we saw in the last class, we had one pull out of the Dead Sea and ended up in the top 5. So we've seen that throughout, off and on throughout today a little bit, but we saw it quite a bit in yesterday's show as well. In fact, in the Dark Cross was one of the classes. 3 out of the Dead Sea ended up being 4th, 5th, and 6th, all making the sale at that particular placing because Dark Crosses went through 6th place. But you know, what it shows, or what you should see from that, is that our judges are really taking their time to and making sure that they get the right ones, that they feel that they've done the best possible job and gave them the best, fairest chance to be able to evaluate these animals and get the top ones in the top 5 or 6 placing positions, depending on the breed. So we have 12 so far. They're conferring on the ones that I have out here. Looks like we have 8 out here. Looks like I think they're gonna ask and excuse the ones out here in the big ring. Audience is going to give them a good round of applause. They've worked really hard to get this far, and hopefully they have some more at home where they can go on. The next state show will be the Houston Livestock Show. And if not, they have every reason to be proud of their accomplishment, because it's hard to even get this far. And at least they did have an opportunity to show a second time for both of these judges.
Looks like we have 13 pulled back here that I can see. For a chance at 10 placing rosettes. And top 5 will make the sale. Do believe we have one more class after this one, Wayne, and then we go into our selection of our Division I and Division II champion and reserve.
Yes, it won't be too long. We're going to get off early today.
I think tomorrow as well, because all we have left is, I think, 8 more classes. And then what we're going to do, the Division I and Division II champion and reserve champions will come back tomorrow and show for the overall crossbred breed and reserve breed champion after the selection of Division III and Division IV. So whoever wins champion or reserve champion division will have a chance to show in the crossbred overall.
Looks like they
tomorrow.
had 3 out already, and the lady and the girl in the green shirt got pulled back, and we've had 4 total out.
There's a lady in the red shirt down here.
Yeah, the one in the red. Yeah.
You said green shirt.
Oh, I meant red, sorry.
Wanted to make sure I wasn't going colorblind over here, but yeah, no, she's definitely wearing red, not green.
It's like we've got 6 total that have been pulled out. They pulled the young lady in the scarf, the black and white scarf.
That'll be the second one pinned back here now. Young lady in the blue as well. Mr. Polish is wanting all these other kids to come over on this side of the ring, so these kids have a fair look coming out of the gate here, and that's just so that's polite. Yeah.
So important, just as they've looked at you, they're not going to forget you. So it's best that you get behind to give each one that hasn't had a chance to show, give them some room so they can have an opportunity to evaluate, for them to evaluate their pig.
Looks like we have 4 more that ought to come out yet. Probably going to pin back 5, maybe 6. They haven't pinned back 7 or 8 in a while. They've done it twice today, but it's on rare occasion that they do. Young man in the kind of, I don't know, grayish looking shirts going back to the pin, old fire hair. Congratulations to that boy. Did a phenomenal job showing all. I mean, all these exhibitors are doing great.
One in the red sweater there just got pulled.
That'll be the 5th one. So we still have 2 more to go through after this. That'll be all the pigs out in the ring, unless they've been pinned back. We might have 1. We might have 6, Wayne. We'll have to see here in a second. Young man is the last one out of the gate here. He's got a black-headed pig with an all-white body. You don't see a whole lot of those. Brandon and I were talking about that. Going to go and pin this young lady in the multicolored shirt here. That's a total of 6 pulled back, Wayne. I think they're going to do one more look over here, and I have a feeling they'll start. Oh, they're going to play 7 now. Young man in the blue is going to be pinned back now. Young man with the black with the jack-o'-lantern looking pig. He'll be 8th. So we have 2 more placings left, Wayne. Young man in the black vest will be 9th. And the gentleman in the turquoise will be 10th. We're going to excuse these other exhibitors from the ring and wish them nothing but the best of luck going forward into these other shows. Here we go. They pin back 7 in this class. They're going to pull all 7 back out and place from 7th down to 1st here. Looks like Mr. Polish has the buttons now. He still has 1 more to pull out here.
Yeah, he almost forgot about that one.
I had to do my math there. I was like, I thought he pinned back 7, and there was only 6 pigs out there. And I was like, wait, this young man still has to come out here.
Yeah.
All right, folks, the match we've been waiting for today. First call for Class 96 crossbred barrows. First as we enter those black gates.
They're talking these top 7 over here. Like Wayne said earlier, only 5 make the sale in this class. We have 7, so 2 will not get one. Young lady in the black is going to be 7th with the scarf. Young man in the grayish is going to be 6th.
So the last one he pulled for 7th is in the
In the
sale.
top 5, yeah, I know. Top 5 make it, and that's what we're down to now. So anybody watching right now, if you have a kiddo out here that's currently showing in this ring, your kid has made the sale here at San Antonio.
These are the final 5 in Class 95. Young man with the black-headed pigs up to top 4 now, Landon.
Just placed the young lady in the.
I think he's next, so.
Yep, he's 4th. Now we're down to our top 3 here. All 3 young ladies. Young lady in the multicolor shirt, young lady in the red that you thought was green earlier.
I don't know. I swore I said red.
No, you did not.
We'll have to
You did
rewind
not.
the tape.
I call instant replay on that one. And young lady in the blue here. He's driving these pretty good.
Yeah, he is. They're conferring on them and just make sure that they're, that they're on the same page.
You think about it, these aren't even the biggest crosses we're showing. We're showing the big ones tomorrow.
Absolutely. Our last class of this division for today will only go to 275. And this class went to 72. So we're only doing a 3-pound variance in our last and final class of today.
Young lady in the blue will be 3rd.
Young lady
Multicolor
in the green
shirt. And then the young lady that you said was green, but it's red.
Is actually blue.
She got exactly. I was fixing to say that.
She got the blue ribbon.
Congratulations to all those exhibitors in this class.
Great job.
Really nice class winner out here, and I think this is the logical place to start. When he hit the ring, this guy surfaces just based on build and overall just design and functionality. You watch this guy from the ground up. He has opened up through his chest. He is the big-legged, big-footed one that is very, very comfortable and has the best hip and hind leg of anything in the class. You get out here, and his pattern from the side is really, really good. This guy floats. When he goes right away from me is where you appreciate this guy. He is big penned, and his hip hop to ground is almost unbeatable in this class. That's where he wins it for us, is from the ground up. The young lady that's going to be second out here definitely has one that is just sharper about him. You get on top of this guy, that is a big square back. Really got a good look and show barrel proportions from the side. Of our top 3, he's the driest through his middle. He gets a little more refined at the ground relative to that class winner. He's not as big-footed or as heavy structured, but that's a high-quality barrel that you love his front end, you love that head shape, and you love how much much punch that guy's packing from his blade back. The young lady coming out here next has got a unique one, and we discussed this one kind of over and over. This one here is really, really stout featured. You love the center cage. You love the spread and density this guy has. Of our top three, he's the most jammed up in his front end. He's the deepest in his neck. He needs to get that head and neck set up and out a little bit more to go ahead and move him up in that top pair. And when we start studying this guy from the side, he wants to get tucked up in his flank ever so slightly. We just like to make him more balanced from forerib to flank compared to those other ones. The young man's black-headed one coming out, we certainly moved him on up because that is a big-legged, stout-featured one that we love the skull. We love the balance from the side. We love how much true power this guy has. Gets a little rounder out through his hip. He just maybe isn't quite as good through that rear third as those other ones are, but a really nice barrow to run in 4. Young lady in 5's got a really good pattern barrow. Sound and functional, just basically runs out of bone and foot size for this class. Likewise with the young man's here. You love the presence and just overall design and build of this one. Needs more feature, needs to be stoutened up, needs more substance to get him any higher. Really nice class. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Well, that concludes class number 95. Moving on to our last cross class of the day, that will complete Division II. There were 4 classes in the Division I and 4 in the Division II, and this is the last of the 4 classes of Division II. We'll bring all those first places out in each division and pick a overall Division I and Division II champion, followed by reserve overall Division I and Division II champion. And then that'll be it for the day. Start promptly at 7 o'clock in the morning again, like we did this morning, with the other 2 divisions of crosses. And we'll keep you posted from there. We'll get through today and worry about tomorrow. Right now we're on the last class of the day. Total number of hogs in this class is 29. Weight ranges are 273 to 275.
So we're on class number 96. This will be the final class of today of Wave 2. This will be the final and last class of Division 2. We have 29 head in this class, and the weight ranges is from 273 to 275. Upon completion of placing this class, we will then have the 2 division championship drives. They'll start with the first division, bringing up the first and second place. So, of course, they'll weigh them, and then they'll bring them into the pens, and then they'll go ahead and make the champions out of the four, show all the first places out of the Division One, and select the champion and reserve champion Division One, and then they'll do the same for Division Two.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying a while ago, and I've got the placings for the top 10 in class number 95 here. 10th place went to Dylan Bailey. 9th place to Ransom Jones. 8th place went to Cashin Koenig. 7th place went to Teely Salazar. 6th place was awarded to Archer Albrock. 5th place went to, here it is, sorry, Reagan Strickland. 4th place was awarded to Cross Coleman. 3rd place was exhibited by Hallie Stone. 2nd went to Adeline Pugh. And Isabella Cox was our first place winner from class number 95. Our certified Texas bred was exhibited by Adeline Pugh. And the breeder of that hog was DL Show Pigs. Congratulations to them. Josh and Crone and them are great family from Lamesa, and him and his wife, Bridget, are just phenomenal people, and we're super happy for them.
Congratulations.
Looks like we're about at the end of the first initial sort here. I only see 6 pinned. I think there's 1 or 2 below us here. There's only 3 in the big arena, so we'll see what we have left here shortly. I know they're going to go out to the big arena for a secondary evaluation. It just depends how many they have here and if there's anything they want to keep in that big arena. Went ahead and pinned another one. Excuse me. Have 2 more to sort from here. Then they'll go to the big ring. Okay, I see 8, so I think there's actually 9 pinned that I can tell in this last class of crosses for the day.
So in our crossbreds of the
He's
two,
got 10 now.
So the crossbreds where we've done the fixing to finish the last division of Division 2, we've gone through 2 divisions and they've evaluated 262 head of crosses. And for the day, starting with the Chesters that they started with this morning, to the completion of today, they have evaluated 583 total head. As far as how these crosses line up, they're the second largest breed. The largest breed of this year's show was the dark crosses at 503, and then our total other crosses is 494. Our third largest was the Durocs at 390 and our Hamps at 360. So kind of give you a little bit of information on how all the numbers lined up here at San Antonio for the 2024 show. show 10 back here. Now there might be something at the scale, I'm not sure, but they've gone ahead and released the ones that are out here. Congratulations for them making the top sort and having a second chance to show here. Oh, you stuck up back here again.
I did.
So we've got 2 out. The third one's fixing to come out. And it looks like our judges just came up with 10, and that's how many rosettes that they're going to be giving and placing out is the top 10.
We've got 13 pulled, by the way. I went down there and just counted. Yeah, there was a couple hiding. They're still waiting to get weighed on the scales.
I gotcha.
I was like, let me go check. I saw 11, but I was like, I think there's a couple more.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of trying to keep more than 10, so I was really surprised by that. So that makes more sense having 13. The young lady just got pinned back. It'll be the first one pulled back. Kind of the
young man just got pinned back too in the striped shirt.
So we've got 2 so far. So historically, they've kept up to, pretty much most of the time up to 7 if the class is pretty deep. Sometimes 6, sometimes 5.
Turning up the heat and size here. Now we're starting to get in a little bit bigger creatures out here. They've only pinned back 2 so far. I say that. Pinned this young lady pretty quickly here. In kind of the peachy looking shirt. Kind of got a little tongue tied there. Little Calico Barrow just came out. Have 3 pinned back. 5 will make the sale in this class, as it's been all day with the crosses. Went ahead and pinned another young lady back in the green. Still have 2 more to pull out of the pin after this young lady. Gonna pin back that almost all white Barrow here. A few little scar marks on its face. Wonder if it got its head caught in the fence. Okay, we've got 5 pinned. He's going to go ahead and pin this Calico Barrow, I think. Kind of getting tousled in there with the camera girl. Want an up close and personal picture. I do believe he's pinned 7. I'm going to find out here. This young lady's trying to get over there to the pin. Maybe not.
Ladies and gentlemen, give those exhibitors remaining in the ring a good round of applause for their efforts today. In this last class today of crossbred barrow.
We've got 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place. We're down to our top 6 in this class. It's the final class of the day here. They'll pull all 6 of them out here, and unfortunately, one of these does not make the sale here in these top 6. They'll place from 6 up to first. Then we will go into our Division 1 and Division 2 sort till we get a champion and reserve champion in both of those divisions. Both divisions have 4 classes per division. And that will be at the conclusion of this class. So in this last class of crosses of the day, we started with 29 total head. We're down to 6 here. And looks like he's going to go and place the young lady in the white with the black and white looking barrow. She'll be 6th, and now we're down to our top 5. These 5 exhibitors will make the sale here at San Antonio. Young lady in the green is 5th. Do believe the young lady in the peach color is 4th. Now we're down to our top 3 in this last class of the day for crosses.
Distance 20 bar at this time, we get our first and second place girls from classes 93. That's fine. That's wrong. Our first and second place
Young lady in the
girls from
white
classes 89,
is 3rd.
91,
Congratulations to her
92
showing.
holding pins for standing for our Division 1 champion round. That's
Now we're down to
first and
2.
second place girls from classes 89, 90,
Young man will be second. Young lady will win this last class of the day, class 96. Let's hear from Mr. Polish.
Really nice pair here to end the day with. And the young ladies Barrow just kind of swallows everything else in this class. You study this one from the ground up. He is busted open. He is three-dimensional in his look. When he comes at you, he's big-chested. When he goes away is where he wins it for us. And his rear third is better than the one that's going to be in second. You get on top of that guy, that is a big back with a lot of spread and density. That is a big center cage. And when he goes away, he is the squarest and truest and most genuine from hip hock to ground. The young man that's going to be second out here has got one from the side that you absolutely love. That is what a show pig looks like from the side. That's show pig proportions. You get on top of that guy, and he's rolled up in that back. He's got the same spread and density as the one we started with. Where this guy kind of falls out is on that rear third. I'd like to just stouten his feature up at the ground, give him a bigger front foot, give him more ankle all the way through, and go ahead and square him up from behind. He just doesn't quite get out and reach and motor as the one in first does, but that's an awfully good kind of barrow to be second. The young lady with the white one coming out here next has got one that's, again, one of those combination type barrows that's got look and design. He's sound, he's functional, he's opened up, he's square. It doesn't maybe not have the bells and whistles that those other ones did, but that's a big back, that's a big center cage, and he handles it extremely well. The young lady coming out next has got a predominantly black one here that, you love the extension this guy has and the height, the shoulder, and the design he has out here. Of our top four, he gets the most round when you get right in behind him. He's the most pinched in his ham loin. I'd like to go ahead and just stout him up right from that blade all the way back to get him higher. Real stout featured one. The young lady's driving here. Center cage, hip, and everything's good. Just doesn't read with as much product and as much sheer density as these other ones do. And the young lady coming out here next has got one that you love in terms of just the 3D look he gives you, opened up through his chest, center cage, and he's got a lot of product as he goes away from you. He, too, is the one who wants to funnel a little bit too much of the ground. We need to have more bone and foot size in that one to match how much true power he has up high. 4 other really good barrows in this class to round the day off with. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
That concludes our last class of the day. We're going to move into our Division I and Division II selection of our champion and reserve champion of those two divisions. Our top 10 placings from that last class we just did was 10th place went to Ryan Gilliam, 9th went to Avery Perez, 8th place went to Bailey C. Bailey, 7th place went to Riker Burson, 6th place was awarded to Nicole Rowlett, 5th place was shown by Addison Turner, Hadley Garrett had 4th place, Maddie Wyatt had 3rd place, 2nd place went to Kaysen Wilson, and our last class of the day, Class 96, the winner of that class went to Shelby Brown of Lubbock County 4-H. Shelby was also the exhibitor of the Certified Texas Bred Registered Class Champion, and the breeder of that hog was Lintner Show Pigs of Comfort. Congratulations to the breeder and the young lady. We're going to do Division I first, so we have 4 classes of those that will be competing for Division I. Once we select the champion Division I, we'll select the reserve champion Division I, then move on to Division II and select the champion and reserve of Division II, and then we will be done for the day and start up again tomorrow at 7 a.m.
So as they get these crossbreds together, they have gone through the 2 divisions combined, 262 of our crossbred hogs.
Here we go.
And we'll have a remaining 232 tomorrow morning. And here we go with the first one.
First place in Class 89 was showed by Roddy Campbell. First place in Class 90 was Daxton Mickey. First place in Class 91 was exhibited by Landry Obmers. And the last of the lightweight division, or Division I, Class 92, was Brinley Magby. So all 4 of these are exhibiting for Division I champion of the Crossbred Barrows here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. I think Eric's made his selection. Let's see who it's going to be. This is for your Division I.
Folks, let's go and put our hands together for these 4 young ladies out here. I'm sorry, these 4 individuals out here. Sorry, fellas. I think we got 4 outstanding Barrows out here, and you know, I hope you guys just watched us today and you kind of see what we're doing, and you get these 4 out here. These are show Barrows. I mean, they've got some stoutness, they got some feature, but yet they're all good built, they're good designed, and you get on top of these, and each one of these are really fresh and shapely and square. They got big cages in them, they got really good hips and hind legs. There's one out here I like extremely well. I just like this one's feature, I like this one's density, I like his skull, and I like this guy as he comes at me. He opens up extremely well. He's got more center body. He's got more just overall stuff to him than the one that's in contention for your champion in this Division I. The young lady right here in the blue is going to have your champion Division I.
Brindley Magby is your Division I champion, crossbred Barrow. Now showing Rainey Shacker. Rainey was in 2nd place in Class 92. This will be for your reserve champion, Division I, crossbred Barrow. At the conclusion of this class, we will move on into our Division II champion and reserve champion, crossbred Barrow. While they're looking, I want to go ahead and give a shout out to all of our volunteers here at San Antonio, and thank you and appreciate your time, along with Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing this podcast and webcam to you guys at home, watching from your phone, your tablet, your computer screen, your 89-inch TV, whatever it may be. We appreciate you coming out and supporting these kids. Even though you're not here, you're ringside watching and supporting them. So I want to give a shout out to them for making it possible, along with all the sponsors that are going across your screen. If you know any of them, send them a text, send them a thank you, tell them how appreciated they are as well. Guys are studying these a little bit harder, seeing what they want to follow that Division I champion with here.
You know, this decision gets a little closer out here for your reserve in this division, and I'm not going to argue if you like them a different way than what we do. I mean, there's definitely some differences between all of these out here. We got one that's a little bigger muscled. We got one that's a little stouter featured. We got one that's really fresh and maybe not as quite as extended. And then we drop that 2nd place Barrow in here, and he's got that extension and that look from the side that you really, really like. This guy didn't have as much true power all the way through as that class winner did that we just used to win this division, but I really like the balance and design and soundness and functionality this one has. Young ladies blue is going to be a reserve in this division.
Congratulations to Raymond Chandler, USFFA, exhibitor of our Division I runner-up, crossbred Barrow.
Your Division I reserve champion, crossbred Barrow, went to Rainey Shacker. Congratulations. Now we're moving on to Division II champion and reserve champion selection. of our crossbred Barrows, then we're done for the day. You guys' ears can take a break from me and Wayne here today. Hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have. You know, everybody says, Dad and I like to talk, but, 13 hours of talking, or 12 hours of talking, whatever it is, that's even a long time for me, Wayne.
Me too, but hopefully we've been able to give you enough play-by-play to make you feel like you were actually here at the show and didn't have to breathe the sawdust.
That's right. They got the big fans going on right now to kind of keep everything.
But believe it or not, it's not as bad this second wave as the first wave.
No, not at all. That second day of the first wave, man, I mean, there was dust everywhere. I think I still have some in my lungs, but you know what? That's part of it. That's part of being at a stock show, man. That's memories made.
Yeah, I was going to say, those memories have been made again.
We're killing all the germs, building that immune system up.
So as they get these ready, we're doing, of course, the second division here. We have 2 more tomorrow and 232 head to go through tomorrow. And on the completion of those two divisions, we'll make a champion in reserve like we've done today. And then all 4 of them will come out and compete for the champion cross and the overall champion cross and the reserve overall champion cross. The champion cross will receive a $10,000 scholarship and compete also tomorrow sometime in the afternoon. We'll give you more details what time that will be for the Ring of Champions drive and award ceremony. But it will also compete in the Ring of Champions for the overall grand and a reserve grand champion of the show. As I mentioned throughout the day, the show is so competitive. It's 346 total sale lots here at San Antonio.
I think we're about ready, Wayne.
Okay, well, we're ready to go ahead and announce them, Landon, as they come out.
You got it. Class number 93, our first place in that class was Mason Albus. This is for your Division II. Class 94, first place was Jayton Madewell. Class 95 went to Isabella Cox. And our final class of the Division II division was shown by Shelby Brown. We are now exhibiting for your Division II champion, followed by the reserve Division II champion in the crossbred Barrows. Here at San Antonio Market Barrow Show, it is 2024. Hard to believe. Four very uniform Barrows here. They have their subtle differences, but I mean, with these lighter divisions, they're still kind of growing to their bodies, but what complete Barrows they are, and if you turn them on the side and get a side profile of all 4 of them, their mold is very similar in kind. There's one to me I really like. I'm curious to see what they think and what their opinion is, because it is based solely on their opinions, not ours. That's why we're up here and they're down there, Wayne.
And they got a bird's eye view. We just have a at the top view.
I can tell you they only pick a champion and reserve champion in this division, but there's a lot of champion showmen out here today.
Absolutely, and they're all been brought up and taught to be courteous and very respectful to their competitors and have done an outstanding job.
Folks, let's go ahead and once again put our hands together, give these kids a nice big round of applause out here. I think we got 4 outstanding Barrows out here, and again, you can kind of see what we're trying to do. The design, the build, the three-dimensional look. I mean, these things are fresh and they're good in their skeleton, and you get on top of them. All 4 of these have tremendous amount of shape from their blade back. Their hips are right, their rear leg is right. There's one out here I just think has a few more extras in terms of look and design and balance, and just you talk about build and show pig proportions. This one's head and neck set is incredible. He is square up high, but where he wins it for us is when he goes away from you. This guy's opened up at the ground off either end and just gives you an absolute killer look from the side. Young man right here in front of me is going to be your champion.
Young man in the black was your Division II champion. Should be Mason Albus.
Now coming in position, Tyler Colton of New Home, FFA.
Coming into show now is the second place in Class 93, Kylan Fulton. Looks like he's going to bring Brandon over there to kind of look at him with him. That's why I like them evaluating together here.
We dropped that young man's second place barrow in, and that's a good barrow. We remembered that one from class, and the back 2/3 of that one's incredible, and spread and density up high, and center body and cage, and that one's really good behind. I wished his front bone and ankle matched his rear bone, and I wished he would come at me square and truer from blade knee to ground. He's got a really good look from the side, and we like the proportions of that one. It makes this decision extremely close. I think there's one in here that follows our champion logically in terms of just with the skeleton, that three-dimensional look and soundness and flexibility. We like a lot of things about this one. You get on top of this one is where you really appreciate this one in terms of the spread and density and just squareness all the way through. This guy hasn't taken a bad step all day. Young lady's painted up. Barrow here is going to be a reserve. Good job.
Congratulations to Shelby Brown. She was our Class 96 first place, and she is our Reserve Champion Division II Crossbred Barrow. Tune in tomorrow for Division III and Division IV of the Crossbreds, and then the Ring of Champions.
Really enjoyed our day with you today. We got through quite a few pigs, as we said, 583, and we'll join you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Till then, have a good afternoon and evening. Good night.